Hello and welcome to everybody for this Thursday's live stream. One or two wee technical difficulties always seems to happen at the start of every live stream with the camera for one reason or another freezing, but we've got that all sorted out, and so um, uh, all I got that all sorted out so we can get going. Nice that there's some people tuned in already. Sligo Boy making lots of comments, particularly about David Niven books for no apparent reason, but and we comment there from Anthony Flynn. So yes, did have to cancel. So we had a wee break for Christmas and New Year. Didn't have any live streams over the Christmas and New Year holiday, and then was supposed to do a first live stream of 2026 on the 8th of January, but towards the end of the New Year holidays with the family, picked up a bit of a cold and a flu bug. Pretty much all the bugs gone away. Still got a wee bit of a choked up nose, a wee bit of a cough off and on if I talk too much, and so but the great majority of all the symptoms have gone. So thank you very much, Sligo Boy. Same to yourself. Hopefully we all have in both our footballing life and our social life, our family life, etc. Happy 2026. Hopefully we all have good health. Hopefully I can avoid any coughs and colds and flus and bugs throughout this year. Good evening to yourself, Game for Go, 1969, and we comment earlier on from Anthony Flynn regarding the relative lack of signings so far in the transfer window. We have, in technical terms, got one player in, Julian Orojo, the on loan Bournemouth right back. Got him to the end of the season. No mention yet as to whether we're going to extend that loan or look to make him a permanent purchase. I think that would be probably well within Celtic's ballpark of finances. I think Arojo has worked out really pretty well so far. He defends pretty well, gets forward pretty well. He's able to make a tackle. He's got quite a bit of pace for getting back to help in defence. I thought he 2 or 3 times did a very good job cutting down the left winger from Falkirk, getting the ball out for throw-ins and corners. So I think actually Arojo has been a medium-level success in his couple of games so far for Celtic. I thought he did not too bad in the Rangers match. I thought he played pretty well against Dundee United, and I thought he played pretty well for the whole 90 minutes against Falkirk last night. He clearly is a player who can make a tackle. It was a rather nasty tackle he did on the Dundee United player on Saturday. There was a lot of calls for that to be a red card. I thought it was a yellow card all day long. It was around about the ankle level. On the foot level, it wasn't with a lot of force. It wasn't with a lot of malice or etc. So for me, that was definitely just a yellow card. Yes, so transfer window, as I said, so far it's been rather quiet. I think part of that is due to the fact that the scouting department and the recruitment department, I think for the months of November and December, had been looking at the various different players that had been earmarked to come in during January to fit into the Wilfred Nancy 3-4-3. Of course, pretty much at the start of 2026, pretty much the start of the transfer window, having got Arojo in on loan for the rest of the season. Nancy got sacked, and very quickly we brought back O'Neill and Maloney and Fotheringham. It would appear that for the greater part, Sean Maloney is overseeing more of the transfer window, the recruitment, etc., which makes quite a lot of sense because his previous role at Celtic of the player development, the player pathway thing did mean he was involved a lot with scouting, recruitment, going around Scotland and Europe to watch players, keep an eye on the ones who were on loan in Scotland, England, and overseas in Europe. And so it does make quite a lot of sense that Maloney has more of his finger on the pulse of up-and-coming players who he thinks done well. And he's obviously been working with scouting and recruitment for the last year or so since he got given this new job. Now, according to Martin O'Neill, and there's no reason to disbelieve him, he was saying that there are a number of people potentially lined up, that they have been asking, they've been given lots and lots of players to look at, lots and lots of players to consider, lots and lots of players being put forward by scouting and recruitment, some put forward by agents. And he and Maloney and everybody else behind the scenes are going through all the players. He was very quick to say that there's absolutely no impediment from the board level, from executives, etc., that the money's there for any players that are willing to come in to play for Celtic in the winter window. He did say it's very difficult getting players to come in into the winter window. That's very much the case. A lot of players don't want to move from one club to another at this time of year. They often mid-season with all the European teams and the British teams, they don't want to move on when they're in the midst of a promotion battle, a European qualification battle, a relegation battle, etc. And so I think it's a better suited window for players coming from leagues that are on winter shutdowns or leagues that are completely closed down for their end of season break, like America and Japan. So yep. So from Alba 432, I think Arojo has been a good loan signing for Celtic. I don't know whether there's a plan to make him longer term at Celtic. I don't know what the plan is with Marcello Sirachi. I don't know whether both of them would want to stay at Celtic and get an actual career at Celtic. I think does look like Arojo is kind of second or third choice at Bournemouth. He's had one game for Bournemouth this season, plenty of games on the bench, but only actually come off the bench. Only played one game and got himself sent off in that game. So he does look like he's maybe dropped out of their selection. I'm not so convinced that, personally, I'm just not convinced that an awful lot of top level players want to come and play in Scotland. If you look at the few players that have signed for various Scottish clubs during this winter window, none of them are particularly impressive. Rangers signed an okay young player from Austrian football. They signed a player from Belgian football from a very tiny wee club, a club like a Ross County or a St Johnstone. It wasn't actually a high-level club. Hearts have signed one player now. They've got a couple of players coming in. Their player was coming from one of the Eastern European leagues. Again, it's not as if they're signing Cristiano Ronaldo or Lionel Messi or anyone really super-duper. So I don't think the quality of players coming to Scottish football is that high, and so I think it's more a question of finding hidden gems in the smaller leagues around the world, maybe looking at Eastern Europe, maybe looking at America, Japan, etc. But I don't think we're going to be able to get top quality, brilliant players wanting to come and play in Scotland, because Scotland isn't a prestigious high-level league to go and play in, and most people who do play in Scotland want to get out of Scotland. So I think probably our market is the smaller leagues around Europe, America, Japan, and maybe buying some players in from other Scottish clubs. Kieran Bowie at Hibs is being put forward as being one potential target. I think that actually would probably work quite well out at Celtic. He's got pace, he's got strength, he scores goals, good in the air, can hold the ball up. I think he actually would be potentially a good player for Celtic. He's Scottish born, Scottish trained, and so that would help with the UEFA coefficients for next season. So it's understood. So no plan B at Celtic. Well, that's in essence. There's been a changeover of manager, just like there was a changeover of manager in October into November into December. I dare say there was a lot of players that were being scouted to fit the Brendan Rodgers model for this transfer window. That, of course, all went up the spout or down the whatever, up the spout or whatever, went backfired when Rodgers decided to resign or got sacked, whatever you want to believe with that one. So obviously they then had to change their plans to fit the Wilfred Nancy model. That then has fallen through because Wilfred Nancy's results were poor, partly due to some poor defending, partly due to the fact that for one reason or another, despite the fact that Celtic created more chances under Nancy than they had under O'Neill and under Rodgers, failed to put them away. Celtic's conversion rate went from 1 goal every 12 shots under Nancy, having been 1 goal on every 6 shots under O'Neill. So for one reason or another, Celtic created way more chances, 2, 3, 4 more chances on average per game under Nancy, but failed to put them away. If we think about many of the games under Nancy, Celtic had tons of chances to put the game away against Aberdeen, for example, Dundee United. They had plenty chances to make a big lead against Livingston. They failed. Plenty of chances in the first half against Rangers. They failed there. Plenty chances in a half an hour spell against St Mirren in that cup final. They failed to score those chances. Against Hearts in the first game, Hearts took 27 minutes to get out their half. Celtic had 5 good chances in that first half hour, and then as soon as Celtic went behind in that game, it all went up the spout. But then even then, we still had a couple of more chances. Engels missed a point-blank header. Maida had chances in the second half, and we only got 1 goal back. As I said, Martin O'Neill said there's no impediment from the board in terms of finances, etc. Unlike Nancy and unlike Rodgers, who both had jobs and contracts to fulfill, there's no real reason for Martin O'Neill not to say what actually is the case. So if he says that's what the case is, I would believe that's what he says, because he's got no reason to say anything other than that. He's not got a longer term contract. He's not got to please the board. In essence, he's got to try and get Celtic through to the end of the season, get Celtic as many wins between now and the end of May, see if we can win the league, see if we can win the cup, which would give us the double, see if we can get through the last couple of Europa League games into the knockout phase, then take it from there. So I don't think, my personal thought, everybody obviously has got their own point of view. So I think if Hibs are asking for 6.5 million, I don't think there's any real reason why Celtic wouldn't be willing to pay 6.5 million. We were, after all, happy to pay 9 million for Ida a couple of years ago. We're happy to play 11 million pounds for Arne Engels. A couple of years ago, we paid 6 and a bit for Trusty. We paid 5 million for Tuniecki just a few months ago. We paid something like 4 million for Paulo Bernardo, something like 4 million for Mikel Onge-Barlaquisha. Those deals, some of those deals have gone better, some of those deals have not gone so well. We spent 4 and a bit million on Kyogo a few years ago. So in essence, Celtic are perfectly happy. £9 million in the summer, a couple of summers ago, £11 million for one player a couple of summers ago. My personal feeling is, if there's a player who's worth that much money, who's willing to come and play in Scotland, which for me is a big question, because not so many players nowadays want to come and play in Scotland who are that level. I think Bowie would be a good player to come and play at Celtic. He clearly is happy playing in Scottish football. I think moving from Hibs to Celtic would put him at playing in Europe on a yearly basis. That would help his international career with Scotland. He's got a chance of going to the World Cup in Scotland's squad. I think, as tends to happen after any World Cup or European Championship, it tends to be a wee bit of a clear out. Obviously, I think there's an extremely high chance that Stevie Clarke will be moving on as Scotland manager. Some rumours that he might be the new Celtic manager. I personally wouldn't be terribly happy about that, because he doesn't tend to play the most exciting football, but maybe with more exciting players, a good transfer window, he maybe would change his style. However, so Kieran Bowie, I think he could be a good player for Celtic, kind of what Sligo Boy is saying there as well. Thank you very much, Lauren. 6348. Great to be back. Great to have thrown off the great majority of that cold and flu bug. That's really good. Yes, thank you, Green, for Go at 1960. That's a good David Bowie or David Bowie reference with Rebel Rebel, which was a David Bowie song just when I was a wee boy. So it's a long, long time ago. I think Kieran Bowie would be willing to come to Celtic. I don't know what his affiliations are in terms of footballing clubs. Had a funny feeling he was initially from Fife. I don't know, maybe linked to Raith Rovers. I may be mixing up where he started at, and it's difficult to know where the affiliation is with people from Fife, because a lot of them support Celtic, a lot of them support Rangers, a lot of them support their local clubs. But I think personally, Kieran Bowie would be a good player to come to Celtic. I think it's a reasonable transfer. Celtic have a reasonably good relationship with Hibs from the past. We bought Scott Brown from them in the past. We've brought plenty of players from them in the past. Yes, Thomas Burns 47. I do agree. I think Celtic do need to commit some cash. I think Celtic have got more of a chance to sign a really good player in this transfer window than Hearts and Rangers do. I think Celtic obviously has a lot more money in the bank than both those clubs. Rangers appear to be spending money they don't have. Whether that's a sign that they're in preparation for selling off one of their better players like Raskin or Diomande, I don't know. There certainly has been quite a lot of rumours that both Diomande and Raskin have been lined up by a couple of the English Premier League sides. I don't know whether that's true or not. It does appear that they are spending a bit of money, which was more money than they had in their transfer budget already. So it does look like Rangers are going back to how they were before and spending money they don't have. So yes, I fully agree, Thomas Burns. I think Celtic do need to spend some money. I think Celtic probably, with the fact that we have currently Martin O'Neill as the manager, it's obviously going to be a bit of uncertainty as who's going to be the manager in the longer term. It'd be interesting at some point during this evening's we chat that we have maybe a speculation about who we might want to come in and be Celtic's manager from the summer of 26 onwards. Does look like Martin O'Neill has kind of ruled out the fact that he doesn't feel that at 73 he's got the energy and the concentration and the lifestyle to be a day in, day out manager. Whether he maybe carries on as the nominal manager with people like Fotheringham, McManus, Maloney doing all the stuff on the training pitch. That kind of is what Alex Ferguson did in his last few years at Manchester United as their manager. He left the coaching to all of the assistant managers and coaches, and he did much more of the work for press conferences, team motivation, team tactics, etc. So whether that's an option. Okay, that's an interesting one. Whether the Fulham manager would want to come and manage in Scotland in the Scottish Premiership. He obviously, if he did come to Celtic, he would have an almost certain guarantee of one sort of European football or the other. Hopefully, although we will have to go through maybe 2 or 3 rounds of qualifying, hopefully we can get into the Champions League. There will be a couple of places up for Scottish teams to get into the Champions League, the Champions pathway and the other pathway. Either way, it does mean quite a number of qualifying rounds in the summer, which obviously clashes a bit with the clashes a bit with the World Cup finishing off and players wanting to have a bit of a holiday before they come back into training. Again, this is just my personal feeling, and I have been right sometimes and I've been wrong lots of times. I think probably at the moment Celtic are looking around, working out who might be available, looking as Thomas Burns 4792 was suggesting, which managers are coming to the end of their contracts. As I may have said before, quite often with a World Cup, that quite often leads international teams to sack their manager, or for that manager to retire. Some of them move back to club football. Some people who were in club football go on into international management. One possibility with that, and again it links in with Sean Maloney, is Roberto Martinez, who managed alongside Maloney at Belgium. He's now managing Portugal internationally. Whether he would want to come back to Scottish football, I don't know. He has got links to the Glasgow, Lanarkshire area through having played in Motherwell previously. He's got family and friends in the area too, so that might be another reason that he might choose to leave Portuguese international football, come back and play, manage in Scotland. I don't know. So my personal feeling is that Celtic are, at the moment, recruiting and negotiating and seeing who's available, who might want to come and manage Celtic. As I say, read quite a lot of stories suggesting Stevie Clarke of the current Scotland manager. Very good. So more great David Bowie, Kieran Bowie references. Yes, I would accept that his management international level has been better than his management at club level. He managed, I think, primarily at Everton, I think it was, but certainly he was a big success in managing Belgium for a number of years. Obviously worked really well with Sean Maloney, who's already part of the furniture at Celtic. So Roberto Martinez managed 2 years at Swansea, 4 years at Wigan, 3 years at Everton, and then 6 years at Belgium, and the last 3 years at Portugal. So he's managed club level at Swansea, Wigan, and Everton. And he had a 50% win rate at Swansea, 29% at Wigan, and 43% win rate at Everton, which is not too bad, given the fact he was managing in the English Premier League. So 143 games at Everton with a 42.66 win rate, 70% win rate with Belgium, 69% win rate with Portugal. He won the FA Cup one time with Wigan. And he won League One with Swansea. So certainly his success rate in terms of he won the FA Cup with Wigan, which is no mean feat. Small team, in a big competition, and then had a pretty decent record managing Everton. with say a 40-odd% win rate, which is pretty decent for managing Everton. Yeah. So I think you make a good point there. He did a pretty good job, I think, managing Wigan, a small club, got them to their one and only big trophy, and then a pretty decent record at well. The question, one of the questions I think also at the moment is just how much of our Celtic's training successes, tactics, formations, substitutions, how much of that is down to Maloney and Fotheringham and McManus, how much of that is down to O'Neill. Certainly in the week between, also when O'Neill got appointed on the Monday evening, he was there for training on Tuesday and a press conference on Tuesday. He then went back down to London for Wednesday and Thursday, came back up for Friday morning training and the press conferences. So actually, on the Wednesday and the Thursday that week, it was actually Maloney, Fotheringham, McManus, Strachan, Woods, etc., who was doing all the tactics and training and stuff. O'Neill was there on the Tuesday and then flew to England, came back on the Thursday evening, Friday morning, and then he was there obviously on the Friday and the Saturday. I think he has actually been up permanently since that time. That's a really good point as well. Ryu Ken, he does appear to be able to manage and control bigger players. Hazard, De Bruyne, Lukaku, etc. So he does appear to be able to manage egos. I thought the style of football he played, particularly at Belgium, with the Belgian team, was actually quite attacking and progressive, the kind of football that we would quite like watching. So someone was making the point that the board might go for Sean Maloney, given the fact that he'd be the cheaper option. That might well be the case. However, he clearly has been able to speak to the players, get the players back focused. As I said, it would appear that he did the great majority of the training routines in the first spell. It would appear that's the case again, that he and Fotheringham do the great majority of the training. I think Maloney is heavily involved in the analysis of all the other opposition teams, etc. I think he's involved heavily in the tactics and the substitutions and stuff. It would appear that O'Neill's more the person who does the team talks, the motivation, decides the overall policy, etc. Yes, that's a really good point as well, and you're quite right. He's been managing Portugal, and I think there are very, very few bigger egos in the whole of world football than Cristiano Ronaldo, and he does appear to be managing him pretty successfully. Got Portugal into another World Cup. Good day to you as well. Your girl Bonnie 5 cross in Australia. Hopefully the weather's in Australia is way, way better than it is here. Hopefully you've been out for some nice fishing, etc. You talked about the last time we were chatting. Unless Rangers have signed anybody else that I haven't picked up on, they've signed a young Belgian left back from one of the smaller clubs in Belgian football, in the top division in Belgian football. They signed a player from Sturm Graz. I think he was the player that got sent off in the game against Celtic in the Europa League. He didn't really particularly impress me as being a particularly good player in that game. There are some rumours that Rangers are going to sign one of two different wingers. Quite whether that comes through. Interestingly, if Rangers were to sign Skov Larsson that might open up a space for Dyson Maida to go off to Wolfsburg. So, Lauren, my understanding is that the deal for Olsen hasn't gone through, that when the Rangers manager was interviewed, I think it was earlier today, he said that was all still being negotiated. It was all still being decided. It looked like it was going to be a loan to the end of the season with a £9 million purchase price at the end of that. It does seem, it would appear in that case, I would guess that Rangers are negotiating that transfer fee down or negotiating the loan fee down. I don't know. Because certainly a day or so ago, it was supposedly just about to go through, and then it now all seems to be on the back burner, and they appear to be looking at somebody else instead. Okay. I was aware of two. And of course, Celtic have signed Arojo on loan. My understanding is if Olsen did come from Wolfsburg to Rangers in January, that would be a loan deal with a possibility of a transfer fee at the end. So I don't know. Anyway, according to Martin O'Neill in his interview last night, he said that there were lots and lots of irons in the fire. There were lots of bids and inquiries and negotiations all ongoing. That money wasn't going to be a factor. Yes, so Silas Anderson, very, very promising player at Häcken, very much one of the up-and-coming young players in Europe. I think coming to Celtic would be a good move for him, moving from Swedish football to Swedish football to Scottish football. Clearly, that's been a pathway quite a lot of Swedish players, Danish players, Norwegian players, etc. have taken over the years. It's worked out pretty well for Benjamin Nygren so far. And we've had plenty of players, obviously, from Sweden and Scandinavia that's worked out really well in the past. Mjällby, Larsson, etc., etc. So I think that's a reasonable one. It does look like Häcken are very reluctant to sell him. Another player, to see if I can get this teed up. So according to quite a lot of the stories I was reading earlier today, as Ryu Kane says, so this is a player that supposedly Celtic are very keen on signing. Franko Kovacevic, Croatian player playing in Slovenia for the top team in Slovenia, 6 foot tall, 26 years old. So he's a big player. He's experienced. He's played in a lot of different countries, America, Cyprus, Germany, played for 2 or 3 clubs in Eastern Europe. This season for the top team in Slovenia, which name is unpronounceable for me, 28 games, 25 goals, 2 assists. So pretty much a goal every game in for his current club in Slovenia. He scored 5 goals in 6 UEFA Conference League games, so he's able to score that wee bit higher level as well. He's only played under 21 football for his country, hasn't played full international football. Career level, 199 games, 57 goals, 12 assists. He scores on average this season 1 goal every 84 minutes. So obviously within that time, there's a bit of, he doesn't play the full 90 minutes every game. So he scores 1 goal every 84 minutes, which is actually a really good scoring rate. In comparison, Maeda's scoring rate, even last year, when he scored 33 goals, he was scoring a goal every 120 minutes. Kyogo's rates were around about 1 goal every 120, 140 minutes. The best rate we've actually had recently was Adam Ida scored in his loan season, half season, a goal every 90 minutes. Kovacevic's goal conversion rate, 1 every 27%. So 1 time every 4 shots goes in to score a goal. 1 in every 2 shots he has is actually on target. Again, that's a really good stat. Tends to be a penalty box striker, so he doesn't really do an awful lot of dropping back to help out in midfield, doesn't do an awful lot of dropping back to the halfway line to hold up play, etc. Doesn't drift out to the right or the left very much. He pretty much stays in the penalty box and in the central part of the attacking zone. So he's kind of always available. Now, the asking price when I was putting together this slide was 2.5 million. It now appears that the asking price is 4.5 million. And that would actually break the Slovenian record for the biggest transfer out of Slovenian football. But even at 4.5 million, I think that's a very, very good price for a player who is experienced, scored a ton of goals. He's played in a lot of different countries. He's played for a lot of different teams. He is a sort of Giakoumakis style of centre forward, in and around the box, strong. Scores goals, headers. I think he's got an awful lot of things going for him. And the indications are that Kovacevic is keen for a move to a bigger league, keen to move to play in Europe at a higher level. And so the omens might be good in terms of Franco Kovacevic coming to Celtic. Apparently, it's somebody that Martin O'Neill knows from before and was keen on getting to sign. I think he's Johnny Kenny's obviously a relatively tall striker. He's not the best striker in the air for a tall player. Adam Ida, again, a taller striker, again, wasn't the dominant player in the air that we would kind of want. However, it does appear that this Franco Kovacevic does actually tick an awful lot of the boxes. Another player that was supposedly being lined up by Celtic that's now kind of disappeared with Wilfred Nancy being sacked was the Columbus Crew striker, who's also a Palestinian international striker, born in Denmark, was Wissam Abu Ali. He apparently was very, very keen to come to Scotland. His international manager was very keen for him to move to European football. However, it would appear that's completely gone on the back burner now that Nancy has been sacked by Celtic, and he's just pledged his loyalty and allegiance to Columbus Crew and their new manager, who they got in from, I think it was Malmo, to replace Wilfred Nancy. I think that we actually are able to deliver pretty good crosses from the right and the left. I think Arojo shows ability to cross. Tierney and Sirachi on the left-hand side. Kelechi Iheanacho apparently was back into full training this morning with the squad. I think Sirachi will probably be back into full training with the squad next week. So it could well be by the end of January or the start of February that we've got those two players back. Indications are that Alsa Johnson's due back in March. I think he's going to be, if he does come back fit and keeps himself fit to the end of the season, I think he's going to be an excellent player for Celtic. I think having a combination of Arojo and Johnson on that side, really important. I think it would give us a 1-2 punch down the right-hand side. Arojo's also got the ability to play right-sided midfield, as could technically Alsa Johnson if required. That certainly was an indication. There were quite a lot of stories at the end of December that was a player that Celtic were looking at. I haven't seen anything regarding him in the last sort of week or so. Yes, we have had in the past successful striker who was of Croatian origin in Mark Viduka. He was a big success at Celtic, although not for terribly long. He then went on to big things with Leeds and so on. So there is a wee bit of history at Celtic of Eastern European players. One of my absolute all-time favourite players at Celtic, Lubomir Moravcik. An absolutely magical player. Do wish we'd signed one way or another Lubomir Moravcik a few years before. He did come to Celtic towards the end of his career. He did have one or two injury problems and fitness problems, but when we did have him, he was an absolutely magical player and scored some brilliant goals for us, scored some goals at the highest level. My memory of Mark Viduka is he actually scored quite a number of goals. He had a brief career at Celtic of about 18 months or so, and in essence, Martin Neal sold him to get the money to buy Chris Sutton. So in essence, he got £6 million from Leeds to sell Viduka to them, and then spent £6 million to get Sutton in from Chelsea for the same fee. So, So, according to this, Viduka played 37 league games for Celtic and scored 30 goals. So, that's a really pretty decent record for like a season and a half at Celtic. He came sort of late. I think he came in a winter window, and then he played through the thing is, Fofana was actually another player I was looking at in terms of potential targets for Celtic. He is a player that Chelsea want to move on. So Fofana, David Datro Fofana, now he was a player who was linked to Celtic in the summer transfer window. He, instead of coming to Celtic, chose to go to Charlton. That then fell apart at the very last minute. He then ended up going to one of the teams in Turkey, the Turkish top division. And he's been there on loan for half a season, 14 games, 7 goals. So that's a pretty decent number of goals per game in the top division in Turkey. 6 foot tall, so he's similar to Marko Kovacevic, 23 years old, so he's a wee bit younger, played international football for the Ivory Coast. His career record, pretty decent, 131 games, 48 goals, so that's what, a goal every 2.5 games, which is a pretty decent record for a striker. He scored an absolute bundle of goals in Norwegian football, scored some goals for Burnley on loan, not been a big success at Chelsea, hardly scored for them, hardly played for them, and then had an unsuccessful loan spell in German football with Union Berlin, but has actually come good in half a season in Turkish football. It's said that Chelsea want to sell him in this transfer window. That creates another loan slot for them in their team, takes him off their wage bill. Quite what his wage demands would be if they did come to Celtic. He's got a similar conversion rate to Kovacevic. He scores, his conversion rate is 24%. So again, pretty much 1 in 4 shots he scores. He's got 1 in 3 shots that are on target. He's a good passer as well, so he's a slightly different player to Kovacevic. He's actually a player that drops down into midfield, pick up the ball, drops back to halfway line to link the play. He drifts out, particularly to the right-hand side, a player with a bit more pace than Kovacevic. So he's more of a Kyogo Maeda style of player rather than the sort of Giakoumakis, Adam Ida style of player. So he's a player again that Celtic have scouted before, as someone was suggesting. Celtic have added someone who was part of the Chelsea scouting staff. We've added him to the mix. Good evening to you as well. Everybody has their different opinions about the board, people. Everybody has different thoughts about why Celtic haven't had particularly good transfer windows. We can reflect back to a couple of summers ago. We did spend a club record fee on Ida, then we broke the club record fee shortly after to buy Engels. So clearly in that transfer window, Celtic did actually commit a lot of money to buy players. We also spent 6 million on Trusty, 4 million on Paulo Bernardo. We spent 8 million on Jota last winter. So in essence, I think if there are players who want to come and play in Scotland, the board will put up the money. Just I don't think Celtic is nearly as attractive now as it was a few years ago. Don't think so many players see Celtic or Scotland as a stepping stone to the big 5 leagues. I think for any fan group to get back in, I think there has to be negotiations between both sides. I think both sides probably need to meet halfway. Whether the two sides want to meet halfway, I don't know. It does appear that there are quite strong opinions within that fan group. There are obviously very strong opinions in lots of different fan groups, and I think that there are similarly quite strong opinions within the board members and the executives at the club. As with anything that ever breaks down in life, be it a friendship, a marriage, your work, etc., and generally, if you want to patch things up, both sides have to compromise, both sides have to meet halfway. So I do think in the long run that things will get patched up, but I think both sides probably have to, personally, they have to meet halfway, negotiate, and so that's certainly my point of view. I don't think Celtic are as big attraction as we used to be. I don't think Scottish football is nearly, if you think how low Scotland is in terms of the UEFA coefficient, that's part of the reason that all the Scottish clubs will have a lot of qualifiers to go through to get into any form of actual Europa League, Conference League, or Champions League. So the reason I think that Celtic will spend money is because I think Celtic want to get back to where they were. I think they want to get back to the top of Scottish football. I think they want to progress in Europe. I think everybody behind the scenes and everybody on the board and the executive recognise that the transfer window and the whole way that the 25-26 season has been managed has gone badly wrong. I think one of the first mistakes, and again, this is just my opinion, based on reading lots of different stories and accounts from lots of different people, I think in the summertime, reportedly, Brendan Rodgers had Dermot Desmond, Peter Lawwell, and Michael Nicholson over for a wee golfing break, staying at Rodgers' house in Spain. Reportedly, there were contract talks. A big 2-3 year extension was given to Rodgers, which he refused to sign. I think that also caused a bit of unsettlement and uncertainty in terms of things like transfer policy. Was Rodgers going to stay? Was he looking to move on to Saudi football? Was he looking to move on to some other football? Was he looking to move back to England? Certainly, he seemed to very quickly get that new job in Saudi Arabia organised after leaving Celtic in October, within a month or so, he was being appointed by the Saudi team. So wouldn't really surprise me to know that there had been a lot of negotiations with Rodgers and his agent behind the scenes for Saudi football. So I think that's part of it. I think the transfer window obviously went wrong. I think a lot of Celtic's recruitment wasn't as good as it should have been. I think we made some rather stupid errors, such as letting Ida go without there being a guaranteed person coming back in to replace him. I think theoretically players like Balikwisha and Cziniecki were lined up to be the new Nicholas Kuhn. That's not really worked out terribly well, particularly with Balikwisha. Cziniecki's looking like he's getting back into some better form now. Interestingly, Nicholas Kuhn, from what I've heard, has been a flop in Italian football. His coach at Como is accusing him of not really trying very hard in training. And there were one or two rumours that Kuhn wasn't the best of trainers. He wasn't the best of players if things weren't going well for him. And certainly... Yes, I only give my opinions, and everybody's opinion is equally valid. At no point ever have I ever claimed to be an expert. I'm just a fan who's watched Celtic since I was 4 or 5 years old, so well over 50 years now. Any knowledge I've got about football is simply by watching football. I have no claim to be an expert. All I can claim is I've watched lots and lots of Celtic football over the last 50 odd years, which has given me a bit of experience of great players of the olden days like Dalglish, McGrain, Connolly, Paul Wilson, Harry Hood, Dixie Deans, who've sadly died just recently, Charlie Nicholas, Moravchik, Larson, Sutton, all these people, and into modern times. Yes, so I think I was saying a wee bit earlier on, part of the difficulty, of course, is in November, December, all the scouting, all the recruitment, all the negotiations were looking to bring in players that would have been suiting the 3-4-3 that Wilfred Nancy wanted to play. Interestingly, at the turn of the year, there were supposedly Celtic were looking to get this Wesam Abu Ali in from Columbus Crew. There was another American player apparently lined up to come in. There was a lot of rumours regarding Diego Rossi, who was one of the star players for Columbus Crew. That's obviously all gone away. With Nancy being sacked. So I think part of the problem that Celtic's got is I think they did have quite a number of players all lined up to fit the 3-4-3, defenders who were more happy playing with the ball, defenders and midfielders who had more pace and energy and endurance to get back and defend. I think had Celtic been lucky enough to have a ball-playing centre-back or a hybrid defensive midfielder centre-back, so like Tomoki Iwata or Nir Beaton, both players, defensive midfielders who could play at centre-back, I think that would have suited very well into Nancy's system. I think Nancy's problem, or one of his problems, was he brought in that system too early without having the players ready to play the system. He managed to teach the players at Montreal and Columbus Crew how to play that system within a few weeks. So quite why our players didn't pick up the system in 3 or 4 weeks, I don't know. It may be just our players couldn't adapt to it, like the players at Columbus and Montreal have done, like players all around the world have adapted to 3-4-3. There are plenty of teams who play variations on what Wilfred Nancy plays with big success. Quite a number of teams in Scotland play 3 at the back. Teams in Europe play 3 at the back. Roma play a 3-4-3, which is a wee bit more defensive than the Celtic version. But Roma have played 3-4-3 the last 3 or 4 years with a lot of success. And so for me, it's partly the players just wasn't able to adapt to the system. And my personal feeling is what he should have done was just kept things going on the way that O'Neill had been doing it. Probably, for me, he should have kept, if they're willing to stay and help him, Fotheringham, McManus, Maloney, 2 or 3 of those people, merge them in with his own coaches that he brought across. And then little by little, bring in new players in the winter window, add them into the squad, and then in training, a mixture of keeping going with the 4-3-3 and then slowly moving into the 3-4-3. There's not actually a tremendously big difference between the 3-4-3 and the 4-3-3 and the system that O'Neill's playing, which is a sort of a 4-2-1-2-1. What it really is, the players didn't seem to have the energy, the endurance, or the intelligence to attack in numbers and defend in numbers. Far too often they got caught up the pitch. But having said all that, also the game against Falkirk last night, we got caught up the pitch on quite a number of occasions. There were several balls over the top of Liam Scales that he didn't have the pace to get back to. On the other side, Trusty Arojo bailed Celtic out a couple of times. Kieran Tierney managed to get back to help to block out the right winger that got in behind. There were quite a number of times that Celtic had a pass go through their defence, through their midfield, into space behind. That was something that kept on happening against Celtic when Nancy was the manager. So I think actually quite a lot of these issues Celtic have had in defence, not defending corner kicks properly, has been a recurring theme right from the Rodgers days all the way through the whole season. We did okay actually defending corners last night. We think back to the Dundee United match that Celtic lost 2-1, having had about a dozen chances in the first half. We then gave away 2 goals from bad defending at corner kicks. We gave away goals to St Mirren from a badly defended corner kick, same against Hearts. Bad defending of a long high ball into the box with Motherwell, similar to the second goal that St Mirren scored. So I think some of the issues at Celtic in terms of defending were already existing before Nancy took over. I think they got magnified a bit because Nancy's way of playing was a bit more attacking, but then what was supposed to happen is players like McGregor and Engels were supposed to drop back and help from midfield. Yang or Chuneki or whoever was playing wide left was supposed to be dropping back to help out in defence. And the idea was that if Tierney especially went forward, somebody was supposed to drop back. That was typically supposed to be McGregor, but he seemed to far too often get stuck too far up the pitch and wasn't covering back to help out if Tierney went forward. And to be fair, actually Tierney and Scales did a pretty good job moving forward into the left side of midfield and so on. That's a really good point. Big Dom Nick 4K. Yes, he imposed a revolution, not evolution. I think my personal feeling is that had he done it little by little, had he coached how to do the formation, and then gradually introduced it over the weeks, over the months, brought in some new players in the transfer window. I think also, as I was saying a wee bit earlier on, I think Kelechi Iheanacho would have been a good player for that system. I think Sirachi would have been a brilliant player for the system. Alsa Johnson would have been a brilliant player for that system. Johnson would have had the ability to play as the right centre-back. He's got a really good range of passing, good defender, tons of energy, as long as his hamstring holds up. So I think Nancy, again, should have, as you're so rightly saying, gone for evolution, a gradual change, waited for the Sirachis, the Iheanachos, the Alsa Johnsons to come back, add in 3 or 4 players in the transfer window who fit the system even better, and then hopefully players like McGregor, Engels, Maeda, Hattati, Negrin will learn more and more. To be fair, one of the things I was just thinking about talking about today was were there any positives from the Nancy era? One positive certainly is one of Celtic's best, most consistent players over the last month or so has been Ha-Yun Yang, a player that was practically out the door in the August transfer window. He actually played pretty well in most games ever since then. He scored some goals. He scored an absolutely brilliant goal against Rangers. in a game that we probably should have won had we put away another chance or two in the first half. And Lauren, that was something I mentioned a few times in my videos and my comment sections, was that McGregor spoke on day one of Wilfred Nancy's regime, or his era, or whatever you want to call it. He didn't speak again, and I think that is just so unprofessional for a captain. He is the captain of the club. Even if he had grumbles and disagreements with the head coach, the manager, he still was the head coach and manager. He was McGregor, apparently, when Ange Postecoglou came in a few summers ago, after the disastrous Kennedy and Lennon season, supposedly Postecoglou and McGregor got on really, really well. McGregor was a big factor in introducing the different way that Postecoglou wanted to play. It would appear, possibly maybe because McGregor doesn't have the legs, the passing speed, the quickness of thought, the quickness of movement to play the Nancy system. Maybe that's why it just didn't work. Maybe if Celtic had a better suited midfielder to play that role, maybe that would have allowed McGregor to move further up, or move him even out wide to the left. In his younger career, McGregor did occasionally play as a more left-sided midfielder, more even a left back on occasion. Another player I think actually Celtic could have looked to play their sort of right wing back, right midfield role would have been Rio Hatate. Again, that was a role he's played in Japanese football. It's a role that both Maeda and Hatate have played for the Japanese international side in the last 12, 18 months. But I completely agree. It disappointed me massively that during the Nancy 33 days, McGregor spoke on day one and didn't speak again in the next 33 days. Typically, it was handed over to younger, less experienced players. McCowan, Scales, Negron spoke. Don't think Kasper Schmeichel spoke at all during the Nancy era. I might be wrong with that one, but I don't remember Schmeichel doing a press conference. I actually would have loved, I know he's currently out injured, but I really would have loved Alsa Johnson to have spoken at a couple of the different press conferences. I think possibly had he been part of the squad, even if he wasn't fully fit, that he might have been actually a player that would have got across Nancy's message better to the players than maybe it would appear that Kwame Ampadu and Gavin Strachan and Wilfred Nancy were doing, in that Alsa Johnson played in that system at Montreal. It was his form playing in that system at Montreal that got him the transfer to Celtic a few winter windows ago. Alsa Johnson was a massive admirer of Wilfred Nancy as a person, as a coach, as a tactician, etc. Nancy actually does have a good reputation as for running training courses for professional coaches who are trying to get their various different coaching badges. He's apparently got a good reputation for training new professional coaches. But as someone was saying a wee bit earlier on, I think it should have been evolution, not revolution. I think he tried to make too many changes far too quickly. Yep. Yes, yeah, Paulo Bernardo, you're quite right, did speak on he played a couple of games under Wilfred Nancy, but he actually came forward a few times, once to do a press conference. It disappointed me quite tremendously that McGregor never spoke. I don't remember Schmeichel speaking. McCowan spoke a few times. McCowan didn't seem the least bit switched on to the system. Don't think he played the system particularly well. Obviously, with some of our players being overseas players with English not their first language, they can't really be put up for press conferences. I thought Negrin was quite enthusiastic when he did do one during Nancy's era. He actually kind of in his press conference a few days ago after Nancy was sacked was kind of saying he was sorry that Nancy had gone. He was sorry that he and the players hadn't learned the system. He was sorry that he and the team had missed so many chances. And I do I personally think, maybe other people won't think they're particularly interesting, but I agree. The results. At no point am I ever saying that that the results, 2 wins out of 8 games, wasn't good enough. I think everybody knows that 2 out of 8 games, 2 wins out of 8 games wasn't good enough. Um, um, However, what I personally find interesting is looking at some of the stats, comparing the 8 games that Celtic had under O'Neill, October, November, December, then the 8 games in 33 days that Celtic had under Wilfred Nancy. Hopefully you can all see these stats, but in essence, obviously Celtic scored 8 more goals under O'Neill than they did under Nancy, 11 goals compared to 19 in those 8 games that each of them got to be the manager. However, in Nancy's games, Celtic had 2 shots on average per game more. We had more possession on average under Nancy. We had equal numbers of shots on target. However, we missed 2 shots per game more under Nancy. We got the ball into the box more under Nancy. We forced the goalkeeper into more saves under Nancy. And the thing that really surprises me is under Martin O'Neill, it took Celtic scored 1 goal every 6.3 shots. Under Nancy, it was 1 goal every 12.2 shots. So in essence, it took twice as many shots for the same players to score a goal under Nancy than had been under O'Neill, despite the fact we were creating more chances, more shots on target, forcing more saves from the goalkeeper, getting the ball into the box more possession. So lots and lots of really positive stats there, except Kenny, Maeda, Engels, Nygren, Yang, etc., didn't put the ball in the back of the net. There were several games, had Celtic taken their chances, they would have won those games. I think personally, we could have been 3 or 4 up against Rangers at halftime, 4 or 5 up against Dundee United, 4 or 5 up against Aberdeen. Now we did win that game in the end. We could have been 4 or 5 up against Livingston. We did win that game in the end. We scored 4 goals by half time and we held on fine in the second half. However, having said all these things, what Martin O'Neill and Sean Maloney have proven is that you can play badly, like last night, and still win. Falkirk had more shots, more shots on goal. Scott Bain made 1 save in the whole game. Kasper Schmeichel made 6 saves in the whole game. Falkirk wasted quite a lot of chances. Falkirk had a lot more of the play than would normally be the case. We got caught out in defence several times. As I say, there were several times that a simple ball over the top caught out particularly Tierney and Scales on the left-hand side. Tierney's got the pace to get back. Scales never has the pace to get back. And there were quite a few times. There was also the one where Celtic at the corner at the top end of the pitch. The ball was cleared out. Chimeki lost the challenge on the edge of the box, and then suddenly Falkirk were bombing up the pitch. Celtic were frantically trying to get back. McGregor was very slow getting back. The other midfielders were very slow getting back. Trusty and Arojo eventually got back. It was mostly Arojo that managed to get the player to go out wider. The shot then flashed across the goal. So in yesterday's game, on another day, Falkirk could easily have scored 2 or 3 goals if it wasn't for a pretty bad miss by their right winger and a couple of very good saves by Kasper Schmeichel, particularly the one in the 80th minute. Another defensive error by McCowan, then an error by Liam Scales, left the ball right for the centre forward for Falkirk, who luckily chose to hit Kasper Schmeichel rather than putting it past him. It's interesting. It's a good point, Dominic. Big Dominic is that my understanding is Celtic are in the market for a right-sided centre back or another centre back, definitely. However, I haven't actually seen any names being put forward. I think it was quite interesting that they brought Welsh back from his loan with Motherwell. He's apparently done very well for Motherwell. Quite whether he would be able to step back into Celtic's defence if Trusty or Scales, etc., got injured, I don't know. The fact that it was Dane Murray who was on the bench for last night's game rather than Welsh was, I thought, quite interesting. I think Dane Murray probably in the longer term, just like Donovan, is a much better bet. So I personally would like to see Donovan and Murray getting a chance off the bench and in some of the games this second half of the season, rather than giving those chances to Welsh or Ralston, particularly if there is a plan to make Arojo a more permanent player at Celtic. Yes, but my understanding is that Celtic are in the market for a right centre-back, just haven't seen any names. Yes, I think of all Celtic's players this season, one of the most disappointing players for me, and again, it's just my opinion, has been McGregor. I don't think he's been a very good captain for the team this season. He was a bit more vocal when he was the captain under Brendan Rodgers. However, in the big key matches, like the two qualifiers against Kheira Almaty, with the game against Rangers that ended up as a very disappointing 0-0 draw, McGregor wasn't really seen as a captain. Pretty much every time Celtic went behind under Wilf and Nancy, you didn't see McGregor rolling up his sleeves like Neil Lennon, Paul Lambert, Scott Brown, etc. would have done, and led their team and got everybody else back on the right page. He doesn't really seem to have this year the energy, the pace, the endurance, the leadership, the captaincy skills. Somebody was speculating that he's maybe considering this offer that Brendan Rodgers has put forward of a massive big contract to go and play in Saudi football for a couple of years. Looking at the squad that Brendan Rodgers actually has at this club in Saudi Arabia, I can't actually see how he's going to bring any players into his squad, because they've got restrictions about non-Saudi players, and they've already got about 15 people for 10 slots at the club. That's a good point, actually, Lauren, and I think there's quite a lot of merit to that, actually, because probably the best game that McGregor's had in the last 6 weeks or so was against Dundee United, and that's when we were already a couple of goals up. We cruised towards a 4-0 win, and he did look much more calmer on the ball. His passing was better. I thought his passing last night was absolutely terrible. He didn't seem to adapt his passing at all to the fact that it was a wet night on a slippy AstroTurf pitch, where you do have to change your passing style. He just seemed to be kicking the ball the same kind of pace that he would be doing on a normal grass pitch. Didn't seem to factor in that the ball was going to keep on going on the AstroTurf pitch. He wasted quite a number of chances, and I thought that both he and Scales, particularly, a lot of the time when they got the ball in our sort of midfield or our defensive third, their passing was very, very, very slow, which then allowed Falkirk to quickly get their banks of defenders and put a big press on Celtic. I think Arojo, for me, I had Schmeichel as the man in the match, simply because he made that brilliant save in the 80th minute that pretty much got Celtic the draw got Celtic the win in the end. I thought Arojo was good. I don't think terribly many of the other outfield players were good. I thought Trusty had a pretty good game. I thought Arojo in the first half did get forward. In the second half, I thought he defended really well. I think he is potentially a good player for Celtic. However, Schmeichel did make six saves for Celtic. And one of the other factors I thought that contrasted the Nancy 33 days and the days of O'Neill before and after Nancy was that Schmeichel generally has played better under O'Neill than he did under Nancy. Quite a number of the goals under Wilfred Nancy were partly the blame of Kasper Schmeichel, particularly you think about the third goal against Rangers. That was a very, very poor effort. The big long high ball into the box for the first goal from Motherwell, him and Scales and Engels messing up that back pass, the by kick passing. I think he could have done far better for goals 2 and 3 in the St Mirren match. I think he could have done better for the second Rangers goal. I think he could have done better for the Aberdeen goal as well. So I think actually Schmeichel didn't perform at all well under Wilfred Nancy for one reason or another, and there were 3 or 4 or 5 goals which were partly or very much his fault, in my opinion. Yes, so Kasper made 6 saves. I think that was part of the reason that he got man of the match. I think someone was making a comment earlier on that man of the match from Premier Sports. So Michael Stewart gave Benjamin Nygren the man of the match. He scored the goal. The goal more bounced off Benjamin Nygren rather than it really being a Nygren goal. But he was in the right place. He got in front of the defender. He got the ball in the net, which is all that really matters. Personally, Nygren for me wasn't even in the top 4 or 5 for man of the match. But that's what Michael Stewart said, and which kind of for me actually shows his level of punditry isn't terribly good. He's not a particularly clever, insightful commentator. A lot of the comments he makes are just sort of reflex, bigoted, biased comments. I don't think he thinks particularly deeply about the game. I don't think he particularly analyses the game. I don't think he particularly would have done any research into how Wilfred Nancy had played his tactics and his formations, etc., in Canada or in Columbus Crew. Don't think he had the first idea of how Wilfred Nancy's 3-4-3 worked. Yes, he is for me, one of the most irritating football pundits on television at the moment. He and Chris Boyd, for me, are equal bottom of the table in terms of quality. I think there are 1 or 2 good pundits out there. I quite like James McFadden. Most of the comments that James McFadden makes, in my opinion, are pretty much down the middle. Doesn't particularly show biases one way or the other. I haven't seen anything. There isn't an option to buy with Arojo at the end of the deal. There's nothing in the deal as such, and there wasn't anything in the deal as such for Sirachi to make the deal permanent. But there's absolutely nothing to say that both of them couldn't make the option to come and stay at Celtic. There were quite a lot of stories that Jeffrey Schlupp at the end of last season, that Rodgers was quite keen to give Schlupp a contract for a couple of years to back up Kieran Tierney. I'm not sure what other people thought about that. But Schlupp decided he wanted to go play elsewhere, probably getting bigger money, playing in another league, maybe getting more first-team football. Yeah, yes. My personal feeling is I don't think either Celtic, I don't think Rangers or Hearts are going to add anybody particularly of high quality to their squad. I think they both are going to add players to give a bit more depth to the squad. I don't think, however, they're going to be signing someone like a Robbie Keane, who years and years ago came to Celtic, scored something like 18 goals in half a season. I don't think he's going to be that kind of player. If you think about Adam Ida, a couple of winters ago, he came to us on loan from Norwich. He scored 9 or 10 goals. He scored quite a lot of big, important goals for Celtic in that spell. I don't think any of the teams is going to sign somebody who suddenly is a world beater and scores tons and tons of goals. It's an interesting point, Ryo Kane 28. I did actually read something about the fact that Sirachi has kind of fallen out with his parent club. and he's quite keen to explore a permanent move. I'm told that he's enjoying himself at Celtic. Just reading between the lines and various different videos and commentaries and stuff. He does appear to be settling down pretty well into Scottish life. I think he and Kieran Tierney would be a very good 1-2 punch at left back. I think Sirachi has got the ability to play technically in midfield if we ever needed him to play there. Kieran Tierney would have the option of playing as a left-sided centre-back if we needed to replace Scales due to injury or whatever. So I think actually having Sirachi and Tierney both available for the left-back position does allow Celtic to have a bit of flexibility in terms of resting Kieran Tierney or moving him in to replace Scales. Does in theory give O'Neill, if he ever wanted it, the option of playing three at the back. I think if Celtic were to play three at the back, they'd be best to go with Johnson on the right, Trusty in the middle, and Tierney on the left. So I don't think Scales has got the passing ability, the speed, the technical ability to play that well in the back three. That was kind of proven in the Rogers, in the Nancy 33 days as well. I would have thought, I think so. I think Hearts' next league game is going to be the game against Celtic, which is the week on Sunday. They obviously are playing at the weekend. I think it's Ross County in the Cup, but I don't think that red card will mean that he misses the Cup match. I think it will mean he'll miss the league match, which means he would be out of the Celtic match. They do have a few injuries at the moment. I think their left back's injured. One of their centre backs is struggling a bit with injury. I've got a few other players out. Hopefully Celtic work out better how to control Braga and Kizarides. Shankland in the second half of the 3-1 game kind of played more of a floating role. I think actually both in the Rogers 3-1 defeat and the Nancy 2-1 defeat, I think actually Derek McInnes did a good job at half-time in both games, switching things around. So Michael McCafferty, great to have you on. We had a nice wee chat earlier today. In terms of new strikers coming in, there's not been any confirmation of anything. Two players are being rumoured as being heavily sought after. One we talked about a bit earlier before, Franko Kovacevic, playing in Slovenian football. He's got an impressive record of almost a goal a game in this season. He's a good, strong Giacomakis style of centre forward. Good in the air, quite a lot of pace, strong, tends to hang about in the penalty box, waiting for chances to be given to him. I think he actually would work really well in the system at Celtic. And the other person being put forward is a player who's currently on the books at Chelsea, although he's playing currently in Turkey on loan. He scored a lot of goals in Norwegian football, hasn't really scored enough of goals for Chelsea or any of the loan clubs, although he is coming into better form. Reportedly, Chelsea want to sell him for around about £5 million. Kovacevic, the thought was that his asking price was going to be about £2.5 million, but it's now thought that's going to be about £4.5 million. But both Fofana and Kovacevic apparently are very keen to move on and get regular first-team football. Yes, I think Devlin obviously is quite an important player for their banging Gimby in midfield. Is a really important player. Their left back previously was an important one in both the games that they beat us in. Braga, Shankland. Kizarides wasn't so much of a threat in the second game, but he was certainly in the first game. there have been a lot of rumours that deal had completely gone, because apparently in his medical, which was arranged around about the time that Nancy got sacked, that in his medical they found some form of injury that was going to require surgery, a wee bit similar to what happened with David Turnbull a few years ago when he was lined up to come from Motherwell to Celtic. It appears that Celtic have got a second opinion in terms of orthopaedics. There are apparently a few clubs in England, in the English Premier League, that were looking to sign Jocelyn Tabi from Israeli football. Because the deal seemed to get cancelled, partly due to Nancy not being the manager any longer and this medical, I haven't actually bothered to look into Jocelyn Tabi with very much depth. He is thought to be, Sunderland were one team. I think Brentford or Bournemouth are another team that were looking at Jocelyn Tabi. He has a reputation for being a very exciting young player, a very promising player. Quite how well he would step up from playing African football, then playing in Israeli football, coming to Scottish football, I don't know. Certainly Lila Bada, Nir Beaton, Biram Kayal, all those players, Effie Ambrose before that, all of them stepped up from Israeli football to Scottish football, particularly Lila Bada. He was a big success for a couple of seasons at Celtic, then unfortunately got injured very early in the Brendan Rodgers era. Yes, I did read a lot of Celtic fans weren't keen for Celtic to sign Jocelyn Tabi because it would mean buying him from an Israeli club. It does seem personally just a wee bit unfortunate to blame, to blame or punish Jocelyn Tabi because he happens to play in Israeli football. However, my personal feeling is that politics and football should be kept apart. I know a lot of Celtic supporters, Rangers supporters don't believe that politics and football should be kept apart. I think both fan groups believe it's very central to both the clubs, which is partly true. But my personal feeling is politics and football should be kept apart. People's religion, people's ethnicity, people's gender, sexual preferences, all these things should be irrelevant. It really should be, are they good enough to play for Celtic, or have they got a lot of talent which is going to get better and better in a year or two? I personally can't see Ben Gannon-Doak coming back to play for Celtic. I think he's probably going to dot around various different English teams. To the best of my knowledge, he's still out injured. The hope is that he will be fit for Scotland to take him off to America in the summer. Yes, yeah, good point. Right, Ken. So Jocelyn Tabi, for one reason or another, ended up in Israeli football. He's been successful over there. I think personally, it shouldn't be an impediment for him to come and play for Celtic if that's the club he's currently playing for. I don't think there's any embargoes on signing players from Israeli football like there is signing players from Belarus or from Russia. Don't think there's a FIFA ban blocking sales from Israel to other countries. I might be wrong with that one. So again, I try and stay clear of politics and that kind of things. Yeah, that's what the last thing I read about Jocelyn Tabi was that the people were looking at a second opinion regarding whether he did or didn't need surgery. My personal feeling is, if there is a doubt as to whether he has an injury that might restrict him, I think the last thing Celtic want to do is sign him and then in his first training session or his first game he breaks down and he's out for 12 months. Yes. All those players did fine for Celtic. Effie Ambrose also had played in Israeli football before he came to us. I thought Nir Beaton was a really good player for Celtic for quite a number of seasons. As I said, had he been at the club, he's now 34. I think he's actually going into football management now for the first time. think he actually would have been a good player to have fitted into the Wilfred Nancy system of a defensive midfielder who can play centre back, who can come out of defence. But again, that's all water under the bridge because Wilfred Nancy's gone. He's never coming back. And my personal feeling is that the board will look for somebody who is a potentially safer choice. Quite a lot of still seeing quite a lot of rumours regarding quite a lot of rumours regarding Ange Postecoglou maybe looking to go back into football management after the summer. Anyway, nice comment, Sligo boy. But as I say, I'm not a great believer in Celtic is supposed to be a club for all people, all colours, all religions, and so on. So I don't particularly mind where a player comes from, etc. Yes, he's still. Effie Ambrose is still playing. I can't remember who he's playing for. I think but you're quite right. I think it's one of the sort of the West of Scotland League team, like a Tier 8 team or something in Scotland. Effie Ambrose was a decent player for Celtic, but was a wee bit accident prone, but tried very hard. Had a few decent games for Celtic, but didn't really cut it at the highest level. Right. Yeah, Kyle Lafferty, you're quite right, Lauren. I can't remember what team he plays for. He plays for one of the. Does he play for the East Kilbride or something? He plays for a team in the Lowland League or something where you've actually got quite a lot of money. It's either one of the West of Scotland top teams or possibly in the Lowland League. But it's a club that's got quite a lot of money. There are quite a few fairly high-profile older players playing for them. Kyle Lafferty, for me, one of the most dislikable players ever to have played in the Scottish football. He conned several referees into giving red cards, both against Celtic and against Aberdeen. No, I don't think he's not really a very good advert for Scottish football or for football in general. Excuse me. One other thing I thought it might be interesting. Interesting to talk about was how Celtic should line up for the game against Auchinleck on Sunday. The kick-off, I think, is 5:30. Excuse me, I do apologise. 5:30 in the evening, live on Premier Sports. The game will be at Kilmarnock, so it's going to mean playing on the plastic pitch. I don't think that actually really suits Celtic terribly well. Martin O'Neill was, I think, implying a few of the players aren't enjoying playing on plastic pitches. Of course, we played on a plastic pitch last night against Falkirk. He was kind of implying a couple of the players might be missing the game simply because of playing two games in quick succession. I think it was Charlie Mulgrew when playing for Aberdeen, and was it Alan Thompson in a Celtic Rangers match. It didn't really matter the fact that in both times the red card got rescinded after the event, and Lafferty got a couple of games of a ban. The whole point was in both games it gave Rangers a one-man advantage for quite a long, sizable part of the game against Aberdeen and against Celtic. Yes, so one thought I thought might be interesting to have a chat about was how Celtic should line up on Sunday. O'Neill in his his post-match interview was kind of implying he was going to rest and rotate a few players. In the past, Celtic have done that. We played Bucky Thistle a couple of years ago in the Cup. Again, we won 5-0. Rodgers tried to do that when we played Falkirk a couple of years ago in the League Cup. That game ended up being 5-2 to Celtic, but with 20 minutes to go, it was 2-1 to Falkirk until Ida and Kuhn came on to change that game around. I think there's a problem sometimes making too many changes to a team. Obviously, that was kind of borne out with Wilfred Nancy, not so much changing the personnel, but changing the whole formation and tactics and setup overnight. But personally, I would be quite looking forward to players like Sinisalo getting a start, maybe Colby Donovan getting a start, although probably they'd want to give Julian Arojo another match because I think he is more of a longer-term solution for Celtic than Colby Donovan. Maybe giving Dane Murray the start alongside Liam Scales or alongside Trusty. Slight problem that Celtic are going to have is we don't seem to, on the face of it, have a natural left back unless we put maybe Austin Trusty over that side. Maybe we put Liam Scales over that side. Maybe even Anthony Ralston, who has played sometimes at left back. But we don't seem, if we are going to give Kieran Tierney and or Trusty and or Scales a bit of a rest, we are a bit short of natural left backs. Sriracha, I think, is a week or so at the minimum away from being ready to play first team football. He's not actually got back into training, unlike Sriracha. He's unlike Iheanacho, who had his first full training session today, yesterday. It's still today at the moment. Sriracha hasn't quite got back into proper football yet. Sinisalo, Donovan, Welsh, Scales, Tierney, McGregor, Hatate, Bernardo, Forrest, Kenny, Tunyeki. I think that's reasonable. I think personally, I would quite like to see Mikel Onge Balaquisha getting a go. I personally would like to see McGregor being left out. Maybe put on the bench, fair enough, but leaving McGregor out and using Paulo Bernardo in that position, maybe using Arnie Engels in that position, the more deeper lying midfielder. I do feel kind of like the fact we're a bit short of left backs, that we are a bit short of who can play at left back if we don't play Kieran Tierney at the moment. We don't really have an experienced left back. I got no problem at all leaving Maeda out the team. He's been very disappointing pretty much for the last 6 weeks. He hardly had a good game under Nancy. Didn't really particularly play that well against Dundee United. Certainly played pretty poorly last night against Falkirk. Against Dundee United, he missed about 3 or 4 good chances in this game. And he did score one right at the end, but then pretty much anybody could have scored that goal against Dundee United. So I think Pat McLaughlin, you make a lot of good suggestions. I do think probably I would actually like to see Murray rather than Welsh. Maybe Welsh and Murray as the two centre backs, with someone like Scales or Tierney at the left back position. Personally, I think Hatate fine choice, Bernardo a fine choice, Forrest a fine choice. Maybe Kenny plays, scores a few goals and gets his confidence back. He did score 4 goals under Martin O'Neill the first time around, and then under Wilfred Nancy, Kenny couldn't hit a barn door. He missed so many chances. Basically, 10 goal-scoring chances Kenny missed in the Wilfred Nancy era when it was analysed by the football stat people. Yes, so I think Pat McLaughlin, you make a good point. Pretty much all that squad have played off and on for Celtic. I think some have played more than others. I think I would personally give Callum McGregor a rest. If we can't beat Auchinleck Talbot with our less experienced players, we are in really big trouble. I know we have had some in the past years, some big shocks. The loss to Clyde 2-0. Obviously, it was a massive shock. That was the game where Roy Keane made his Celtic debut. A couple of other players made their Celtic debut and I think played their only game for Celtic. There was a Chinese player called, I think it was a Chinese player, possibly called Du Wei, who had an absolute shocker in that match. And we lost to Clyde 2-0 in that cup match when Gordon Strachan kind of rested half the team. Yes, no, Tone 70. I do agree. No, Auchinleck Talbot, decent club, good history in junior football. However, if we think back a couple of years, at the same stage in late January, we played Bucky Thistle in the cup in the 4th round. It was a bit of a miserable game. It was, admittedly, at Celtic Park. It was a 5-0 win. It was a game also, I think, that Celtic had 3 goals disallowed. Particularly Kyogo kept on straying offside and having goals disallowed. It was a game in which Odin Thiago Holmes scored his only goal for Celtic. I personally would love for Celtic to sign 2 or 3 or 4 more players. I'm at my stage in life, I don't tend to worry terribly much about things I can't control. So obviously, I would like Celtic to sign lots more players. I would like Celtic to maybe look to get Arojo and/or Sirachi and/or Arojo as permanent signings. I think both of them will fit Celtic as a football club really well. But I know a lot of people get very upset, very angry about all the behind the scenes stuff, all the board stuff, all the executive stuff. But I'm not a great believer in life in getting too worried or fixated about things I can't personally change. So I would love for Celtic to sign 3 or 4 more players. I don't think, as I was saying a wee bit earlier on, that either Hearts, who seem to have signed 1 player on a permanent deal from one of the Eastern European countries, and they've also signed 2 players so far, not for now, but to come in the summer. A player from, I think, St Johnstone, and a Ugandan player who's come again from Kazakhstan or Azerbaijan or somewhere. Now, the Ugandan centre forward does have a good reputation of scoring lots of goals over in Eastern Europe. Whether that transmits to Scottish football, we don't know. So, as far as I'm aware, Rangers have signed 2 players. They've got possibly another one lined up. I think also if Rangers do bring in players during this transfer window, they might well be moving on a few. They may even have to sell a Diamandi or Raskin. I think both Diamandi and Raskin, there's a certain sale price that Rangers have got. I think Rangers are trying to adopt a wee bit of the similar policy to Celtic of buying players, improving them and selling them on. They've done that recently with a few of their players. Wouldn't be too surprised if one or other of Diamandi or Raskin leaves Rangers this transfer window. So certainly Rangers do seem to have been a wee bit more proactive. I think the benefit the Rangers have got compared to what Celtic have got is the fact that they changed their manager in October, who's been relatively successful. They've kept with him. He's slowly brought his tactics, his changes into the team. The team have now kind of adapted to his way of playing football. And obviously for the last 3 or 4 months, it's been his scouting department, his players. And so I think they're a bit better set up for bringing in players in this transfer window. I think that was one of the biggest things about sacking Wilfred Nancy a few days into January, was the fact that the transfer window could be wasted unless O'Neill, Maloney and the scouting department and recruitment department have a particularly good, efficient few weeks. I think personally that the money is there if players are willing to come. I think the motivation's there. I think the board obviously do want to get Celtic back to the top of Scotland, winning the double, then into Europe, and going as far as we can through the various different qualifying campaigns next summer, or this summer rather. It's a really good point, Ryu Ken, that Rangers have a permanent manager. He seems to be doing relatively well for them. The club seems happy. The fans seem quite happy. And so you make a really good point. If they were trying to sign players, they at least know that the manager who is their manager now will be their manager in the summer and then beyond. I think that it could have possibly been part of the problems that Celtic had recruiting players in the July-August transfer window. There was uncertainty behind the scenes as to whether Rodgers was going to be the Celtic manager in 26-27. There were some rumours in the summer and in September and August that Rodgers was going to be leaving for Saudi football. That proved to be the case after he was resigned or sacked or whatever happened to him in October. So you make a really good point, actually, the fact that signing players for Celtic at this time might be difficult because of a lack of certainty as to who's going to be the manager in a few months' time, in June, July, August. Maybe whoever comes in June, July, August, or it will be in June, maybe they've got a different way of playing. They want to clear out the squad. Maybe they decide that players like Ralston, Hattati, Scales, McCowan, I don't know, Kenny. Maybe they decide that half a dozen players should get moved on. They may will also decide that players like Shin Yamada, Balakwisha, etc. should get moved on as well. So maybe if I was Arojo or Sirachi, I would be reluctant to sign for Celtic at this point because neither of them's got any idea who the manager is going to be come June, July. Yep. I think that's pretty much the case. Celtic, understandably, they went all in with Wilfred Nancy. Some people discount how good Major League Soccer is compared to Scottish football. I have a strong feeling, given the analysis made by professional statisticians and stuff like Opta, the Major League Soccer is reportedly a much stronger league than the Scottish Premiership. It's actually a much more equal league than the Scottish Premiership, i.e. the standard of clubs, the standard of players is pretty much the same from club to club to club. There's not the big discrepancies in terms of finances and player quality, etc. Nancy won 3 trophies in his time in Montreal and then in Columbus Crew. So he came with, I thought, a reasonably good reputation. As I said, he did have a good reputation in the coaching world as being a clever, insightful coach. But as we talked about earlier on, Eddie CJ6R, as I said, if we think back to a couple of summers ago, we spent 11 million on Engels, 9 on Ida, that's 20, 4 on Paolo Bernardo, that's 24. I'm sure we must have bought other people. McCowan was 1 million, so that's 25 million. So we spent 25 million pounds plus. Actually, 6 on Trusty. So we spent 30 odd million plus on McCowan, Trusty, Ida, and Engels a couple of summers ago. So if we spent 30 million pounds on those 4 players 18 months ago, can't see any reason why Celtic wouldn't spend 30 million pounds on players now. As we all know, Celtic do have money in the bank. I think they need to have some money in the bank now because of the fact that obviously this season hasn't gone so well. We've not got the Champions League money. Celtic do have this year a much bigger wage bill for players this season than we did last season. We've got an even bigger wage bill next season than we do this season or last season. Also, Celtic as a football club, as an employer, has increased the pay for everybody behind the scenes, the admin, the ground staff, the merchandising people. Everybody at the club got a pay rise during the summer. So the players got paid more money. We've got more players on big contracts. So Jota's a big money contract. Tierney's a big money contract. Carter Vickers big money contract. McGregor a big money contract. So we actually have a lot of players on big salaries. Adding Jota, then adding Tierney added the best part of £4.5 million for those per year, and for those two together, about £2 million per year for Jota, £2.5 million roughly per year for Tierney. That's the basic salaries. On top of that, you've got bonuses and all kinds of other bits and bobs. So Celtic actually are spending an absolute fortune on players' wages and other staff's wages. So that's, for me, is why I think they might speculate, i.e. spend some money to accumulate more money and accumulate more success. Admittedly, things have gone wrong a couple of transfer windows in a row, but as I said, we spent £30 million plus a couple of summers ago for those players. Now, admittedly, we did get quite a lot of money back in from selling people like Kuhn, selling Kyogo, selling Jota the first time around, selling Tierney a bit before, selling Matt O'Reilly to Brighton. Yes. My understanding was that that Desmond and Nicholson and Lawwell gave Rodgers a pay rise, gave him a guaranteed 3-year contract in the summer of 2025, and Rodgers turned it down. Rodgers said that he would negotiate a new contract around about March, April of 2026. I don't think that makes it actually very easy for player recruitment, player retention. I don't think it makes the club very stable. So I think that thereby hangs a tale. I think that could have been possibly the start of things going a bit pear-shaped. So at the moment, Celtic have got one player in on loan. That's Julian Arojo from Bournemouth. Did think from what Martin O'Neill was maybe saying that he was maybe looking to get another player or two in on loan to the end of the season. He did say that's not ideal, but often in the transfer window in January, that's what you get offered by clubs, because they're reluctant to sell players at this point. Also, players are reluctant to change clubs at this time of year, which is quite often why loan deals, like Ida, for example, is often an option. Remembering when Ida came to us on loan, there was no purchase price at the end of that. There probably should have been a purchase price at the end of that, because we probably would have saved ourselves £4 or £5 million had we put a purchase price at the end of that. A few of our players who were out on loan, like Lewis Palmer, there is a purchase price at the end of it, but no compulsion to buy. So I do think, personally, I think we've got one player in, that's Arojo. I personally think, my guess would be, we'll sign another 2 or 3 players. I think Celtic and everybody behind the scenes, the management, the coaching, the board, etc., knows that we have to get a real top quality or as best quality striker as we can get. That's why the Kovacevic guy coming from Slovenian football might be a very good option, coming from a less fashionable league, a league where if you spend £4.5 million, you're going to be breaking the national transfer record, which makes a team like that more willing to sell the player. He reportedly wants to move on out of Eastern European football into mainland European football. Yes, so as Lauren's saying, kind of what I was saying a wee bit earlier on, it looks like this guy Kovacevic is keen to move on. Fofana, the Chelsea player currently playing in Turkey, he reportedly wants a more permanent base. It's very clear he's not going to get back in at Chelsea. Obviously, the guy who is now one of the scouting people at Celtic, who was at Chelsea previously, he'll know him, Fofana, from scouting him when he came from Molde in Norway to Chelsea. He'll have been involved in getting him loaned out to other clubs and stuff as well. So he probably does actually have a really good handle on Fofana. I think also Fofana is a player that O'Neill knows a bit from watching English football with his time with Chelsea and then at Burnley. And I heard rumours that O'Neill is likes Kovacevic, the guy who's playing in Slovenia. The only I don't think Wilson would be a good option for Celtic. He's a player well into his 30s. I think Fofana is 23 years old. As I said, he scored a ton of goals in Norwegian football. He's played international football. He's played for Chelsea, Burnley. He's played in the German league. He's now playing in the Turkish league. He's scoring goals again in Turkey. I suspect that his confidence probably was shot by the time he didn't do very well for Chelsea, didn't do very well for Burnley, didn't do very well for Union Berlin in Bundesliga. So I suspect his confidence is back. He reportedly does want a more permanent home. Chelsea want to sell him, so there may well be a lot of truth in those two rumours. I think, given the fact that Fofana and Kovacevic are quite different players, there's no reason why Celtic couldn't sign them both. They are different styles of centre forward, striker. Fofana more of a mobile player, drops back into midfield, holds the ball up, spreads it out, drifts out to the right hand side. Kovacevic much more of a old-fashioned centre forward, penalty box striker, final third type of striker. Doesn't tend to help out in midfield, doesn't tend to help out defending, doesn't drift out wide to create space in the middle. He tends to hang about in the middle and score goals, much like Giakoumakis did for a season or so at Celtic a few years ago. I didn't know that Zlatan Ibrahimovic was available. He must be getting on. I suspect that players like Cristiano Ronaldo, Lionel Messi, all would do well if they did move to Scottish football. Well, he's now 44. He's not played for a couple of years, so I think Zlatan Ibrahimovic is probably not such a good option. It'd be interesting to see how well. I think a lot of you might not think it's very interesting. How interesting to see how well Iheanacho comes back. I didn't think he looked terribly good in his first few months at Celtic. Got himself injured. He looked a bit better when he came back the second time. He looked like he had a bit more pace, a bit more directness, a bit more better forward instincts. I think he actually. It was a shame that he got injured in that cup final against St Mirren, because after Celtic got themselves back into the game after that early headed goal from a corner by the St Mirren captain in the first minute. When Celtic got themselves back into the game, I think he looked really quite good. And it's actually roughly when he got injured and went off is when Celtic started to be less attacking and less successful in the St Mirren match. I think possibly had he stayed on for the whole match, that Celtic might actually have put away a few chances and won that game. but we'll never ever know. And that's one of the benefits of me having theories as to how successful Nancy would have been had he had a wee bit of the rub of the green, a wee bit of the luck that O'Neill has had. We haven't played terribly well last night against Falkirk. We didn't play terribly well for most of the game against Dundee, St Mirren, or Hibs. In the last 3 league games of O'Neill's first spell, we played some really good football against Rangers in the Cup semi-final. We played some very, very good football against Feyenoord. We played really good football against Falkirk and Kilmarnock in his first couple of games. But I thought in the last few games, O'Neill had first time around St Mirren, Hibs and Dundee. All 3 games were games on another day. If the other team puts their chances away, we can easily have ended up with a draw or even a defeat. Against Hibs, we scored 2 goals, I think both within about 5 minutes of each other, one of which was due to a terrible mistake by the Hibs goalkeeper. And for the rest of that game, Hibs actually were 50-50 with us. And when we got towards the end of the Hibs game, that we ended up winning 2-1 after the Scales ridiculous penalty. We were actually kind of holding on for the last bit, and there were some spells last night against Falkirk when we were kind of holding on. And so the last 10 minutes, 15 minutes of the game against Falkirk last night, Celtic seemed to be on the back foot, not really getting the ball forward terribly well. We did have that chance that Kenny set up for Hattati, but otherwise we didn't really do an awful lot of attacking in the second half after the Maeda goal was disallowed. Yes, I think at 44 years old, Zlatan Ibrahimovic, and he doesn't appear he's played much for the last couple of years. I think he's probably he's too old, too long retired to come back and play football. So I don't think personally at 44, Zlatan Ibrahimovic has got any kind of real desire. I doubt he's got a desire to come and play in Scotland either. Yes, interesting one. Certainly, he was being interviewed today regarding the fact that his contract at Liverpool is up at the end of the season. So theoretically, at this point, he actually could negotiate a new deal for a new club on a freedom of contract. Now, he did say that he was keen to stay at Liverpool. However, he also said in his interview that he was keen to be a first-team player. I think the story was he'd only played 4 first-team league games as a starter for Liverpool this season. Clearly, he's fallen to second in the pecking order behind the Hungarian left-back that Liverpool bought from Bournemouth. Yes, Robertson, one of many players that was let go from our academy. I think the theory regarding Robertson was he wasn't physically developed enough to play professional football. I think people felt he was a bit wee, a bit weak, not strong enough, fast enough to play professional football. He then, of course, went to Queen's Park, then went to Dundee United, then to Hull, then to Liverpool. He's become, at his best, one of the best left backs in Europe. It is a disappointment that we let him go. I'm not quite sure which manager was in charge when we let him go. I'll just look up to see who it was. Just be a wee second. Yes, so it looks like the manager who let Andy Robertson leave was either Gordon Strachan, who finished in 2009, or possibly Tony Mowbray, who took over in 2009, because 2009 is when Andy Robertson was released by Celtic. So it was either Gordon Strachan's fault or Tony Mowbray's fault that I would guess probably was Tony Mowbray's, because he would have taken over in the summer of 2009, which tends to be when you release players and so on. But either Strachan or Mowbray's to blame for us letting Andy Robertson leave 15 years ago. Very good. Now, there was a player that somebody said that they wanted me to have a look at. I think I've lost that comment from. It was back a bit. Yes, Shunsuke Nakamura did play into older age. I think there's a Japanese player who's 54 or something like that, still playing professional football. So, yep. Someone else was making that point a wee bit earlier on. Yeah, there we are. I have to admit that's not a player that I've actually heard of, but I can certainly have a look at any stuff about him tomorrow. But to say, I'm not really a player that I've heard of, but there are obviously thousands of millions of players I've never heard of. Yeah, well, certainly just a wee brief look at Jan Fieti Arp, 26-year-old German player, plays 6'1", primarily a centre forward. Played at younger levels for Germany, under 16, 17, 19. He's got a reasonable record. He's played for Hamburg, he's played for Bayern Munich. He's currently playing for Odense in Denmark. So, interesting player. Not really a player I've heard of before. He's got a decent scoring record rather than a great scoring record for all those clubs. So he did play for Hamburg, then play for Bayern Munich at different levels. He's now playing in Danish football. So I think moving from Danish football to Scottish football, that's still a career move that many players would consider. I think, unfortunately, we're going to struggle to sign big players from big leagues. I think we're going to obviously also struggle to keep any players who are more than half decent. I do think yes, thank you. Odense. I may have pronounced Odense wrong as well. I'm not an expert in Danish. They are a decent Danish side, one of the top teams in Denmark. He has scored some goals for them in his recent career. So 6'1", so again, big striker, might well be a good one to fit into Celtic. Yes, sorry. Yes, so I have had it. So I just wish that Rio Hatate actually was playing with a bit more consistency. He had a few decent games under Wilfred Nancy, but a few rotten games under Wilfred Nancy. Very, very inconsistent player. He and McGregor have probably been the two biggest disappointments for me this season. Dyson Maida losing his goal-scoring touch. That's been a massive problem for Celtic this season. 33 goals last season. Half of those goals came as playing as a centre forward. It's really quite disappointing. His scoring ability has completely, pretty much disappeared. I think possibly that's where Rodgers was hoping he was going to get away with the fact that we hadn't recruited any top-level strikers to replace Kyogo in the winter. I think we had one or two players lined up to come in if we did qualify for the Champions League. I think he thought that combination of Kenny and Shin Yamada and Maeda and so on was going to be enough to get us through the double leg game against Kirat Almaty. It should have been, after all. Dyson might have missed a gold standard chance in the last few minutes against Kirat Almaty at Celtic Park. He then missed an easy chance. He had a one-on-one with the goalkeeper with about 5 minutes to go in the second leg. Had he scored either of those goals, or actually both of those goals, we would have been in the Champions League proper. But unfortunately, his scoring touch let us down in that game, in both legs, and it's let us down in most games this season. He's had a couple of good games for Celtic this season, but mostly disappointing. Yes, I would tend to agree with you there. Part of the difficulty is, unlike last season, until he got injured, he was very, very consistent for us. He was probably one of our best players last season. He and McGregor, but particularly I thought Hatate last season bossed the midfield. I think Hatate, McGregor and Engels formed a good threesome last season. Then Hatate got injured late in the season in the Aberdeen match. He then had quite a limited pre-season, and he just doesn't seem to have come back playing anywhere near his best this season. I would guess he's over his injury. He should really be fully match fit, but he is very much a player who's blowing hot and cold. He did reportedly want to leave Celtic in the summer. Much the same as Dyson Maida left the club in the summer. Wanted to leave the club in the summer. My understanding is that Maeda is staying to the end of the season. However, I think if Celtic got a big enough bid for him, and if Maeda changes his mind and wants to leave now, I don't think Celtic would stop him leaving. Someone was talking about 25 million. I think probably his asking price has come down a bit now compared to what it would have been in July and August. I think certainly Celtic would probably still quite happily get £20 million for him. I think probably Celtic's better option is convince him to stay to the end of the season, get him playing well enough, maybe get the Japanese international manager to convince him he's got to start playing well for Celtic, otherwise he won't be in the World Cup squad in the summer, and maybe I'll get him back playing anywhere near his best. Yes, we've been very, very lucky with our Japanese players, starting with Shinsuke Nakamura again. He and Lubomir Moravchik, two of my favourite players of all time for Celtic. He was more difficult to read than than our current players. He didn't seem to be quite so temperamental as our current Japanese players. Obviously, Kyogo in his last half season kind of was a bit of a troublemaker behind the scenes, desperate to get away. He's now been let away. He had a rotten time in France. He's not had a good time in Birmingham. I didn't personally see there being any mileage in getting him back on loan to the end of the season. I'm not convinced that a player who's scored one goal in 12 months in France and in Birmingham is really going to be a player who's going to come in and score goals for Celtic straight away. But we'll never know because he's chosen to stay at Birmingham rather than coming to Celtic. I think we could have got 20 million for Hatate maybe a year ago, the winter window of last year. I don't think we'd get anywhere. I think 10 million, 8-10 million probably is as much as we'd get from now. I wouldn't be too surprised if both he and Maeda leave in the summer. They're both getting to the age where they probably have got one big transfer left in them, particularly Hatate. I don't think he's terribly happy at Celtic. I don't think also probably the Japanese players, Maeda and Hatate, are particularly happy with the way that Hayato Inamura and Shin Yamada were treated by Brendan Rodgers and then by Martin O'Neill. Both those two got frozen out. Hayato Inamura, of course, has gone back to play in Japan, currently on loan, but I don't see him coming back to play for Celtic. Shin Yamada's had a few sub-appearances under Rodgers, a few sub-appearances under Nancy. He seems to have been frozen out again completely by Martin O'Neill. Wasn't in the matchday squad for Dundee United or last night against Falkirk. I would personally love to see him start or be on the bench for the game against Auchinleck Talbot at the weekend. I think for Hatate, I think 8 to 10 million. I think for Dyson Maeda, had we sold him last summer, probably we could have got 25 to 30 million. I think even if we sold Dyson Hatate now, if he wanted to leave, which I don't think he does want to leave anymore until the summer, I think we probably would get 20 million for him. So I think Maeda is probably with us for the rest of this season, and then he'll leave us during the summer after the World Cup for about £20 million. Hatate, I think we're probably going to be selling for 8 or 10 million at most. Remembering that actually we got Hatate for something like 1.2 million. We got Dyson Maeda for something between 1 and 2 million. We got them for an absolute bargain. If you think how good they've both been for us, so whatever we sell those two players for, probably this summer, we will be making an absolutely gigantic profit on both those players. I think Hatate's value has gone down and down and down. I think Hatate's value has gone down and down and down. I think he, as I said, had we sold him 12 months ago when he clearly was playing very, very well and had played very well for Celtic all that season, I think we could have cashed in. I think probably Brendan Rodgers blocked him leaving the club in the winter window, and then he got injured at the end of the season, which meant he wasn't able to be sold in the summer. Clearly, there were behind-the-scenes deals that had Dyson Maeda on his way off to Wolfsburg, although that wasn't actually released until Martin O'Neill let it slip at a press conference. I don't think anybody knew that there'd been a deal between Celtic and Wolfsburg that had fallen through at the last minute because Celtic couldn't get another player in to replace Maeda at the last minute. Yes, so it's a good point. It's a good point. I think probably selling Hatate at that point would have been a good option. I think Maeda's value, etc., went up a lot last season. Maeda's was good, but it's come down and down and down. I don't think personally that Alistair Johnston wants to leave Celtic. Obviously, at the moment he's injured and not really in the shop window. I don't see him leaving Celtic for another couple of seasons. He's still relatively young. Carter Vickers, he's on a big contract at Celtic. He, of course, is rather injury prone. I think that might be a reason that other clubs don't sign Cameron Carter Vickers, because he has actually missed a heck of a lot of his career through injury at Celtic. He played a few games for Celtic this season, got himself injured in one of the Europa League matches, and both he and Jota reportedly won't be back in a Celtic strip until the summer pre-season in July. So we're going to have to do without both of those players for the next 5 or 6 months. Don't know whether Cameron Carter-Vickers is finished, but certainly you make a really good point in that he's had foot problems, knee problems. He's now got Achilles tendon problems. Quite often with lower limb injuries, you have one injury which leads into another injury, leads into another injury. He's also had quite a number of muscle pulls and muscle tears in his calf and thigh and hamstring and stuff. So he is actually a particularly injury-prone player. If he comes back fully fit, and it could well be that one of the reasons that he's had several injuries over the last 2 or 3 years at Celtic is we've kind of rushed him back each time after his knee surgery, his foot problem. He had I think it was a hamstring strain or a hamstring problem a couple of years ago as well. So maybe because we kept on rushing him back into the team too quickly, maybe that's why he keeps on getting re-injured. Yes, no, you're quite right. Oops, sorry. He has had a lot of injuries. So it could well be that having the rest of this season off completely, going through all the different rehab type things over the spring into the early summer, then having a full pre-season June, July, August, it could well be that he comes back fully fit, back to his best for next season. It'll be interesting to see who Celtic have in terms of the head coach manager. Interesting to see what particular formation and tactics. If Callum McGregor's still the captain, maybe the best option for the board to do is to ask Callum McGregor what tactics he's willing to play for, because it certainly felt that he and several other Celtic players didn't seem the least bit interested in adapting their style, their formation, their tactics to play the Wilfred Nancy way. And I think, as Lauren was saying a wee bit earlier on, it was very, very disappointing how quiet Callum McGregor was during the Wilfred Nancy era, both on the pitch in terms of captaincy, leadership, etc., and off the pitch in terms of press conferences. They did seem to get on fine in the wee brief bits of training footage that we get 2 or 3 times a week. They did seem to be interacting and quite jovial and joking and friendly with each other, but quite a lot of rumours are suggesting that McGregor and Schmeichel in particular never really saw eye to eye with Wilfred Nancy or the coaching staff. 1 or 2 interesting stories suggesting that Wilfred Nancy shouldn't have tried to coach James Forrest in terms of first touch and stuff. Well, that's your job as the coach and the manager and the trainer, is to train the players to play the system. And if they're not doing something particularly well, you correct those mistakes. I'm sure that's what Sean Maloney, Mark Fotheringham, McManus, etc. is doing. I'm sure that's what Stevie Woods does with Sinisalo and Schmeichel, is if they are getting into bad habits, if they're making mistakes, if they're not doing something as well as they should do, you you work with them, you train with them, etc. Yes, I was saying this actually to somebody earlier on this evening. He was one of several players lined up to come to Celtic. I think he's a ball-playing centre back. He would have actually fitted really well into the Nancy system. Not that we're ever going to see the Nancy system again at Celtic. If we do, as somebody was saying a wee bit earlier on, hopefully whoever brings that in does it much like they did at Motherwell, although they don't strictly play a 3-4-3, but they play a very different way of football than they'd ever played before. At least that allows him to that allows if you had a proper pre-season, at least it would have allowed Nancy and Ampadu and so on a lot longer to get things over to the players. Wee bit similar to what Ange Postecoglou had. He had a full pre-season pretty much to get his message over to the players. Did appear that the players in Ange Postecoglou's couple of seasons very much bought into his different way of playing football. It certainly didn't appear that about half of Celtic's team bought into the Wilfred Nancy way of playing football. However, as we showed with the stats a wee bit earlier on, if people like Maeda and Kenny especially could have put away the chances that were created for them, Celtic would have probably won 3 or 4 or 5 of those games that we lost. Particularly if we think about the Dundee United match and the Rangers match, created so many chances in the first half to win those games. We had plenty of chances to beat St Mirren. We failed there. We had actually quite a number of chances to beat Motherwell, although Motherwell played very well that evening. We actually did have enough chances to at least draw, if not win that match, had we had our scoring boots on, but we didn't have our scoring boots on that night. And we didn't have our scoring boots on for much of the Nancy era. 11 goals under him, 19 goals under O'Neill. Yes. Yes, it didn't work out. I honestly think that the system that he wanted to bring in was a good system. The idea was you attack with 5, 6, 7 players, you defend with 5 players. If the other team have extra players going forward, more of your players drop back to help out the defence. If a defender moves forward, a midfielder or a wide player goes backward, it goes back to help out in defence. That you commit, you try and bring everybody up to the halfway line, you try and pen the other team into their half. If we watched how Falkirk did it last night, how Motherwell did it against us, how we did against Rangers in the first half of that game, how we did it actually for most of the first half against Hearts, we penned them in their half. We never let them get out. As I said, it was 27 minutes before Hearts got the ball out their half in that first game that Nancy ended up losing 2-1. Just in that first 27 minutes, when we kept Hearts pinned in, we had 5 chances, 2 super chances for Maeda to score, 3 other chances of shots in and around the edge of the box. If 1 or 2 of those had gone in, I think the rest would have been history. But unfortunately, a lot of Celtic's players didn't have the energy, the endurance, the intelligence to get back and help out the defenders. Far too often, Trusty got left by himself at the back. Ralston, Scales, McGregor, Engels weren't getting back to help out the defence. Tierney did a pretty good job, I thought, most of the time, although his fitness and his fatigue is always an issue. Yes, Robbie Keane. I think Robbie Keane, in retrospect, might well have been a better option. I think he would have been available to come. Don't think he would have needed an awful lot of persuasion to leave Ferencvaros to come and be a coach in Scotland. I think for him that would be a career progression as well. A lot of people were holding out for the Bodo Glimt's manager. I don't think the Bodo Glimt manager had any intention of leaving Bodo Glimt until their Champions League campaign was over, which might well be the end of January. I think waiting that long for him would have been the wrong move. Also, it does look like he's not actually leaving Bodo Glimt after all. He's looking to stay there longer. He's got a very, very good system, a very, very good job at Bodo Glimt. He's got a tremendous amount of power in terms of recruitment and player development at Bodo Glimt. So it doesn't look like he actually wanted to leave there after all. Yes, I'm glad there are more people out there who thought that the Nancy way was a good way of playing. As I've said quite a few times in videos, comments, and on the live stream, the problem was he brought the system in too quickly. I was trying to explain the system to some people who are not particular football fans, and they actually, just as you're doing there with the way that you've explained it, I explained it to them with a wee chalkboard type of thing. I know that's not a very, a lot of people gave Nancy criticism for using his little pegboard, whiteboard type thing with the magnetic counters. I think it gets over the system quickly to people if they can actually see it physically, see people moving forward, people moving back. I thought his system actually, it blended quite a lot of the best things of 4-3-3. It blended quite a lot of the good things that Ange Postecoglou brought into the club. And I think had the players bought into it better, had the players learned it better, and after all, if the players of Montreal, the players of Columbus Crew can learn the system in 3 or 4 weeks, admittedly that was pre-season type games and not high pressure games, I'm sure to goodness our players could have learned it as well. But as I said, it should have been gradually brought in rather than brought in all of a sudden. So and maybe I've said this before, but I think Nancy could have been the right person at the wrong time. Very much it's proven that he came in at the wrong time for a variety of reasons. And I think possibly had he come in June of 2026 and had the whole of June, July and August to bed things down with the players, a bit like how Ange Postecoglou did, that his system could have worked really, really well. However, it didn't, because the players missed far too many chances. Our goalkeeping and our defending went down. The opposition didn't have to get so many shots on goal to score goals. Kasper Schmeichel and Sinosalo let more goals in under Nancy. They made fewer saves under Nancy than they had done under O'Neill. I think, yes, Clashman Numpty, nice to have you on. I think Arojo's looked really good. I thought he looked pretty decent in his 20 minutes, half an hour against Rangers. I thought he played well against Dundee United. I think he could certainly have played the full 90 minutes against Dundee United had he not been booked for that rather nasty tackle on the Dundee United midfielder. I thought he was one of Celtic's best players last night. For me, there was an argument between him and Kasper Schmeichel to be man of the match. I think Kasper Schmeichel probably deserved it because he made a couple of crucial saves, particularly the one in the 80th minute. But Arojo probably was our best outfield player last night against Falkirk. He seems to have an extra half a second on the ball. He seems to have a good ability to tackle, to pass. He seems a bright player. He seems a player that's got lots of energy, endurance, etc. He reminds me quite a bit, actually, of Alistair Johnston. Doesn't quite have the same aggressive streak or leadership streak that Alistair Johnston does have. And I think if we do get back Johnston fit for the whole of March, April and May, I think we could actually well, it's an interesting theory, Ryu Kent. We might find out if Wilfred Nancy in the summer moves to one of the 3 clubs in France that was lining him up to be their manager. Reportedly, there were 3 teams plus Celtic, all of whom were looking to recruit Wilfred Nancy back in November, December time. He ended up deciding to move to Celtic. Of the 3 clubs, I think Celtic was probably the biggest team of those 3. In terms of his coaching badges, he, as I said, he is a person who does courses for professional players, professional coaches to get their various different licenses and stuff. So he has got a really good reputation of being able to coach players and coach other coaches to coach players for things like their various different coaching badges and UEFA licenses and FIFA licenses and stuff. So I don't think his style is suited to particularly to the MLS. Only I think his style will work all over the world if the players play to the system and if the players he's got fit the system. I think at Celtic, our players couldn't learn the system, and also our players who were fit and available weren't suited to play the system. And I think that was one of his big errors, was trying to put square pegs into round holes, and quite often Brendan Rodgers tried to put square pegs into round holes as well. I think Martin O'Neill is much better at putting round pegs into round holes and square pegs into square holes. The only player that I'm not very happy with the way that he's using him is Luke McCowan, because I don't see Luke McCowan really being a proper solution for us out wide on the right. I think when he came on to replace Yang last night, I think things suddenly were much, much less productive down the right-hand side. We've still got quite a bit of joy down the left-hand side with Tierney and Maeda down that side, but in this after McCowan came on to the right side to replace Yang, I thought Celtic were pretty useless down the right-hand side. Also, it meant that Arojo was pegged further and further back because Yang, tons of energy, working back into midfield, working back into defence. I think Yang is one player that's really, really, really prospered under Nancy. That's an interesting problem, Cashman Numpty, and as I've said a wee bit earlier on in the live stream, quite a lot of the chances and goal chances that Celtic gave away last night against Falkirk were the same sort of chances that they were giving away under Wilfred Nancy, except this time Kasper Schmeichel bailed us out. The opposition players missed with chances. The time that the Falkirk right winger got in behind into the space that Liam Scales should have been, but he was too far up. Kieran Tierney bombed right back as best he could. He just about caught the guy up. Schmeichel came out really nicely to narrow the angle down, and the combination of that meant that the guy missed with his shot. But on another day, that should really have been a goal. The chance that they had in the 80th minute, basically about 8 yards out, whole goal to shoot at. The guy shot, and Schmeichel made a very good save. It certainly felt under Wilfred Nancy, those two would have gone in and Celtic would have ended up losing. Last night, in contrast to virtually every game under Wilfred Nancy, Falkirk had more shots at goal than Celtic. In virtually every game that Nancy coached with Celtic, we had a lot more shots than the opposition, or at the very least, as many shots. We think about the Rangers game, we had 21 shots in the Rangers game. They had 9 shots, except 3 of their 9 shots went in the net, and only 1 of our 21 shots went in the net against Rangers. Against Dundee United, we missed so many chances in the first half. Against Motherwell, they had slightly more shots than we did in the Motherwell match, with more shots in the Hearts match, with more shots in the St Mirren match. I personally think that with the number of chances on average that we created under Nancy, had we done the same against Falkirk last night, we probably would have scored a goal or two if somebody like Negrin, Engels, Yang, or whomever had their scoring boots on, or if Dice might have suddenly refound his form. And for me, a lot of the mistakes we made defensively last night were the ones we also were making under Rodgers to a lesser extent, but particularly under Nancy. Too many players getting caught up the pitch. We got really, really exposed at a corner kick when they cleared the ball. Chinecki missed his challenge. Suddenly the ball was down the other end. Our defence got passed through quite often, particularly down the gap between Scales and Tierney on the left-hand side. And Scales doesn't really have the pace to get back. Quite often that meant that Trusty was being dragged across from his side to Scales' side to try and cover for the gap behind Scales. So I don't know. So I will never know quite how things would have turned out with Celtic. I do have a personal feeling that had we scored some of those chances against Dundee United, St Mirren, but particularly the Dundee United match and particularly the Rangers match, that the momentum would have started to build, the confidence in the players would start to build. Yes, you make a really good point, Ryo Ken. The big difference between Wilfred Nancy and Ange Postecoglou, certainly Ange Postecoglou coached all over the place, coached obviously international level, coached in Australia, coached in Japan. The main thing about Ange Postecoglou is he'd been a coach for a heck of a long time. Wilfred Nancy had been a head coach manager for 5 years. To be fair to him, he's been a coach as such for about 20 odd years. So he wasn't inexperienced as a coach, but he'd only had about 4 or 5 years as a manager. But if we look up the stats, Jock Stein had 5 years as a manager when he took over at Celtic first time around. And obviously with 4 or 5 years of experience, he'd managed the Celtic reserve team. He then went off to Dunfermline and Hibs. He had limited success at those two clubs, came back to Celtic as a 5-year experienced manager and became one of the greatest managers in the history of football. So he can be an inexperienced coach or a relatively inexperienced coach and still be a very, very good coach. So the big difference between the two, and you're quite right, is Postecoglou had about 20 years of experience, whilst Nancy had 4 or 5 years as a head coach manager experience. So I think that probably is part of it. I think what Postecoglou also did was he brought in a new system. He gradually introduced it. He got the players buying into it. I think also Postecoglou is a very, very inspirational coach and manager as well. I think that was probably a difference between the two as well. So I do wonder, again, as I speculated a wee bit earlier on, had someone maybe like Sean Maloney or Fotheringham or etc. stayed to be part of his coaching staff, that might have worked out far better. But we'll never know. And we'll never know whether things would have turned out well for Celtic and Wilfred Nancy had they got a win against, let's say, Dundee United, Rangers, etc. So rather than being 2 wins, we would have been 4 or 5 wins, or 4 wins and a draw or 2. However, I don't think Celtic had any other option but to sack him after going 2 wins and 6 defeats in 8 matches. It was a bad time to sack him in terms of it being right at the start of the transfer window. But I think possibly the only way of salvaging this season was to sack him there and then, hope that the transfer window goes well with a shortened period, etc., to get players in because of the transition. Very clearly, Maloney and O'Neill have got the winning spirit, the team confidence, etc. back in the team. Last night, they didn't deserve to win, but they did. There were several games under Wilfred Nancy. You could argue particularly on the first half performances, that they deserve to win. But under Nancy, the only real game they played the full 90 minutes would have been the Aberdeen game and the Livingston game. And all the other 6 games, they played half a game of football, and in the other half, they were pretty much atrocious, which does suggest that maybe part of it was fitness and endurance, that they could keep up that pace for 45 minutes, but they couldn't keep it up for 90 minutes. And when they were playing really well for 45 minutes, Maeda, Kenny, etc., just went putting the ball in the back of the net. Yes, I think my personal feeling is regarding is not so much the fact that they've got a large amount of money to pay off with Nancy and Padu and the other 2 coaches. With a lot of these contracts, the payoff isn't so much if the person's paid off very, very early. Quite often with contract payoffs, it's negotiated, and there's different levels depending on how long the person's been the manager for. So I don't think actually paying off, I don't think Nancy and Padu and stuff, I don't think their contracts would have had to be fully paid off. I think because they'd only been in the job for 33 days, I suspect that various different clauses and stuff hadn't been reached. However, for me, the problem has been for November and December, everything was geared towards a 3-4-3 style of player. That clearly isn't what Celtic's going to play for the next 5 months at least. And my suspicion is whoever comes in June is going to be more of a traditional 4-3-3, 4-4-2, maybe a 5-3-2 style of player, style of manager, more of a conventional way of management. What also surprises me is that if you think about the fact that so many of our players play international football, and clearly when they go and play for Ireland or Scotland or Japan or Sweden, they're playing a completely different formation and set of tactics than they do when they're playing for Celtic, except people like Ralston and McGregor and Tierney and Nygren and Maeda and Hattati and all the other ones, and Scales and Kenny, they seem to be able to go and play for their home international countries and change the formation, change their position. Liam Scales has played about 3 different positions for the Ireland international team over the last 12 months. Maeda's played about 3 or 4 different positions for Japan. Hattati, when he was in their squad, played about 2 or 3 different positions. So it does bemuse me that the team couldn't change their way of playing, given the fact they changed their way of playing every time they go off and play for their countries. So I do think part of the problem in the transfer window is going to be the fact that we were geared towards Nancy ball, and we're now back playing Maloney and O'Neill ball. Yep, I think Roberto Martinez is a definite option. We were talking about a wee bit earlier on. He has got links to the west of Scotland through friends and family. He did play for Motherwell for a couple of years. He obviously is very, very close with Sean Maloney. They were very successful as a partnership for Belgian international football. He's been quite successful with Portugal. Whether he's looking to move on from the Portuguese job after the World Cup, that's not so certain. He maybe wants another go. I think he's sort of mid late 50s, or around about my age. So he's probably at an age where he still thinks he's got a chance to go back to club football. I think if Maloney was part of his coaching staff or his assistant manager, I think if we retained Fotheringham as well as a coach, Fotheringham has experience coaching all over Britain and into Europe as well. He's actually quite a highly respected coach as well. I think he's also quite a fun, inspirational person as well, which is why I was surprised that neither of those 2 hung around to be part of the Nancy system. Yes, someone's making a point regarding Roll's success at Sheffield Wednesday. I don't think he was particularly successful at Sheffield Wednesday. I think he was about the 4th or 5th choice on Rangers' wish list when they were looking for a new manager after sacking Russell Martin. I think they were very keen to get Muscat. I think they were very keen to get Gerrard. They were very keen to get a couple of other people who were ahead of him in the queue. And I think Roll was about the 5th choice on the Rangers list, and he's done pretty decently for Rangers. The Celtic and Rangers now level on points. We're ahead on goal difference. He has got them back from about 8th in the league up to 3rd in the league. I think along the way they've had quite a bit of good fortune in terms of refereeing decisions and VAR decisions. They've managed to win a few games playing not particularly well, much like we did last night when we didn't play particularly well but still managed to win. And I think that might well be the thing that also separates Wilfred Nancy's system and the O'Neill system. Is I think O'Neill's system, and to be fair, Rodgers' system before that, was a bit better at playing badly and still winning games. And we certainly seem to have been able to do that in around about a third of the games since O'Neill and Maloney have come back into management in their 2 different spells. I think Muscat would be an interesting choice to be Celtic manager. I'm not quite sure how the Celtic fans would react to Kevin Muscat coming to be Celtic manager, given the fact that he obviously has ties to Rangers. I wouldn't personally, as I was saying a wee bit earlier, I wouldn't personally have any problem with anybody coming to be the Celtic manager as long as they were committed to the job and wanted to keep Celtic progressing year by year by year. I think one of the problems that Celtic's had for too many years is the fact that we haven't really had any continuity from one manager to the next, to the next, to the next. And that we had a system under Rodgers that was similar to the system that Lennon used after that. Moving from the Lennon system to Postecoglou's system was a big, big difference. Moving from Postecoglou's system to Rodgers' system was a big, big difference in those 2 managers and systems. We then had a change over to the O'Neill system, which was similar to the Rodgers system, but I thought a better system. Big change, obviously, to Nancy's. We're kind of gone back to the O'Neill system. O'Neill is a temporary fix rather than a long-term fix. But I think quite often at football clubs, if you think back to Liverpool in the Shankly Paisley era, then it led into Fagan and Evans and Dalglish, they had 20-odd years of success because they had continuity. Man United obviously kept the same manager in Ferguson for 20 years or whatever it was. They had continuity of management, continuity of coaches, scouting, etc. And I think that allows you to build a football club. Celtic's had too many changes of manager, too many changes of systems, formations, no real continuity of things like scouting and recruitment behind the scenes. Virtually everybody who was part of Postecoglou's system for scouting and recruitment were moved on fairly quickly or very quickly under Rodgers. Rodgers was instrumental in bringing in Paul Tidsdale. I think that's one of the worst things Celtic's ever done in its history, was bringing Paul Tidsdale. I think he put our scouting and recruitment team and our player development team back years. And my understanding was that one of the instrumental parts in him coming in was Brendan Rodgers recommended him. Brendan Rodgers said he could work well with Tisdale. Whether he could work well with Tisdale or not, it didn't work for Celtic in terms of on the pitch or off the pitch. And I think he has ruined our scouting system and recruitment system, which was pretty decent under Ange Postecoglou in my view. Yes, so I think, and if we are going to go, if we're talking about Kevin Muscat, I think the Rangers offer came at the wrong time for him. He wanted to finish off his time in Chinese football. I think they were on the verge of a championship. It's a wee bit similar to Knutsen of Bodo Glimt. I think he was keen to finish off the season with them. I think they actually ended up not winning the Norwegian League, which was a bit of a surprise. Then they still have a few more games of Champions League to go. So I don't think Knutsen, whether Knutsen is being lined up to come to Celtic in the summer, that's one definite option. I don't know. I think Muscat would be more amenable to leaving Chinese football at this point and moving to Scotland again. I personally wouldn't have any problem with Muscat as the manager. I think he has quite a lot of the traits and skills that Postecoglou had, except not nearly as experienced as Postecoglou was. I think he might bring a pretty good brand of football to Celtic. It's a definite point of view, Perry. 840. I think as someone was talking maybe about at some point earlier on in the live stream, one of the problems of signing players is if, let's say, the players in August, September time, at the end of the transfer window in the summer, knew that Rodgers was leaving the club in the following January or the following summer, a lot of them wouldn't want to commit to the club. I think that's also could be a problem with Celtic signing players in this transfer window, in that we've got an interim manager. Nobody knows who the manager is going to be in the summer. So if you're moving from one side of the world or even from one country in Europe to Scotland, it's actually a bit of a shaky peg to hold to put your coat or whatever. If you're not sure who the manager is going to be, because you might go to Celtic under Rodgers, then whoever we get to replace Rodgers, assuming that Rodgers was going to leave after the end of his 3-year contract, which virtually everybody thought at the time. Maybe players wouldn't want to sign for Rodgers, knowing that in a few months' time or in 6 months' time or whatever, Rodgers was going to be out, and then someone with a completely different footballing mentality, let's say Celtic, you signed Wilfred Nancy next summer, rather than having signed him in December. Completely different system. You've signed for Rodgers, you play under Rodgers, then by the next summer, you don't fit the new system, and then you're on your way again. You've moved all your family over from France or Canada or America or whatever. Much the same as unfortunately happened to Wilfred Nancy. His wife and kids had moved from America to Scotland in December time. It looks like they're packing up home again and moving off, I guess, back to France, where his family and her family are. Anyway, so it didn't feel, from what a lot of people were saying, that Brendan Rodgers was going to stay at Celtic past this summer. So maybe players would be reluctant to come and sign for a club if they didn't think the manager was going to be there in a few months' time. Also, a lot of speculation that this job in Saudi football was something that Rodgers and his agent were lining up from last summer anyway. So it could be, and this is just speculation, there's no definite story to that, it could be that Rodgers was on his way out anyway to Saudi football in November, December, no matter what happened at Celtic. So even if it had been a brilliant season for Celtic, who's to know whether Rodgers would decide, if I can get £11 million a year with virtually no tax by being a manager in Saudi Arabia, is that better than getting £3 million a year to be the Celtic manager for another 3 years? I don't know. Maybe. I think Rodgers is kind of that kind of person. Maybe the offer of £11 million a year for 2 or 3 years, virtually no tax to pay for that time. He was maybe more keen to take that if that job ever became available. And obviously, November, December, it did become available. Yes, So the previous summer, I don't think anybody could argue that Rodgers was very heavily backed. We bought Jota in the winter window 12 months ago. That was for about £8 million. So there is an argument to say that he did get a lot of money in the summer of 2 summers ago. He got £8 million to buy Jota last January, 12 months ago. Yes, so Dr. Strangelove, the Strangelove the Doctor, one could certainly argue that Rodgers got very well backed in 3 out of the 4 transfer windows. Now, admittedly, in all those transfer windows, Celtic sold players as well as buying players. The other thing, obviously, with buying players, it's not just you buy the player, you've got agent fees, various different bonuses, you've got a lot of other different parts to a transfer deal. So it's not quite so simple as saying, well, we spent this much money and we got this much money in, because it's all balanced out with agent fees and various other different fees for selling and buying players. I didn't actually think that Trusty was that bad last night. I think part of it was that he often was having to try and cover for Liam Scales being out of position on the left-hand side. I think all the Celtic players actually struggled quite a bit with the wet artificial pitch last night. I think it was quite difficult to judge the pace of the ball, the bounce of the ball, etc. Obviously, Falkirk much more used to playing on the AstroTurf pitch in the rain. We've had similar problems going to play in that sort of weather conditions against Kilmarnock on their plastic pitch. Of course, that's where we're playing on Sunday. So I personally didn't think that Trusty had a particularly bad game last night. I thought he was better than Scales last night. I thought he was actually better than Tierney last night in terms of his defending. And I think part of Trusty's problem was several times he got having to cover in behind Scales for Scales' lack of pace and being out of position. Several times also he got given pretty awful hospital passes by Scales and by McCowan and by McGregor that put him under a lot of pressure. I don't think his defending was particularly bad. And I thought actually, I thought he did remarkably well as Celtic's lone defender. I don't think Nancy's system was supposed to have Austin Trusty as Celtic's only defender for most of those games. I think it was because Ralston and Scales and the midfielders couldn't work the system the way that it was supposed to be. Yes, so thank you, Typhoon McFlustery. It's obviously been disappointing that Celtic are not in the same strong position this January as we were last January. If we're being thoroughly honest, after getting knocked out by Bayern Munich, our form since that point has been rather inconsistent. We've had a lot of really disappointing games at the end of last season under Rodgers. We got beaten by St Johnstone, got beaten by Rangers, we got beaten by Aberdeen in the cup final. So we had a lot of really disappointing games in the second half of last season. We didn't start the season particularly well under Rodgers. We also had the massive disappointment of those 2 games in the Champions League qualifiers. Rodgers left. Things perked up a bit under O'Neill, although some of the games we won despite the fact we didn't play very well. Obviously, things went really badly under Nancy for one reason or several reasons. We're not in a particularly good position at the moment. I think certainly, having said all those different things, I think if we can get some of our key players who've been out injured back fit, so Sirachi and Acho are back in, I think that gives O'Neill and Maloney more options off the bench. Gives Celtic a different style of centre forward if we've got Iheanacho. He did score a lot of goals for Man City, a lot of goals for Leicester at the highest level. So he clearly is a player who in the past has scored at the highest level. I think getting Alistair Johnson back will be a big bonus for Celtic. Getting Sirachi back, which should happen quite soon, that's going to be a big bonus for Celtic. If we can get players like Hatate, McGregor, Maeda playing anywhere near their best form, I think Celtic's actually got a lot of good players at the club. We just need someone to put the ball in the back of the net. Someone like a Giakoumakis, a Griffiths, a Hooper, several other different players. One of the criticisms of players like Griffiths and Hooper was they didn't do an awful lot for the team apart from score goals. Well, I would absolutely love somebody in Celtic's team who just scored goals, because goals, after all, win matches. And if my personal feeling is, if had Nancy had anybody half decent to score goals, we would have won a heck of a lot more goals under games under Nancy than we did in the end. And I think that because of the fact we would be a couple of goals up, as we should have been in most of the games under Nancy, that was part of the second half collapse, along with the fact that players I don't think were fit enough or had enough endurance to play the more high pressure, high speed game and the covering back game that Nancy wanted them to play. Yes, that's that. You've kind of read my mind there, Ryu Ken 28. I think we do need to have a manager with a definite 3-year plan, 4-year plan, 5-year plan. A manager who commits themselves to being a Celtic manager. Some of Celtic's best years were obviously under Jock Stein. He was our manager for a long, long time. We had Martin O'Neill for 5 years. Again, I think that then led the fact we had Martin O'Neill for 5 years. There was quite a lot of continuity from the O'Neill years into the Strachan years. Despite the fact that Strachan had not such a good squad as O'Neill had done, we remained pretty successful in Scottish football. We had pretty good success actually in European football under Gordon Strachan, a couple of last 16s in the Champions League. And so I think we did have some continuity, and I think that's what Celtic require. As I said earlier on, we chopped and changed with Rodgers and Lennon and Rodgers and then Postecoglou and then now O'Neill, then Nancy, back to O'Neill. I think what we do require is a manager who can come in, get Celtic playing good football, but also get Celtic's recruitment department and scouting department good. Also get our transition from academy players into first team players better and better. I know I'm harping back to the good old days, but one of the great things about Jock Stein's setup was we replaced the Lisbon Lions with a whole bunch of talented teenagers and young players called the Quality Street Kids, Dalglish, Connolly, McGrain. We bought in some players like Deans and Wilson and Hood and Pat Stanton and so on. So we did a really good job of keeping the team moving forward, replacing players as they got too old, replacing the Billy and McNeils, the Jimmy Johnsons, the Jim Craigs, the Tommy Gemmels, the Bertie Aulds, by bringing in players like Davy Hay, Connolly, Dalglish, etc. And we kept on moving forward and forward and forward because we had continuity of behind the scenes, continuity on the pitch, continuity of scouting and management, etc. And the club kept on moving forward. For me, there's been too much chopping and changing at Celtic for the last 10, 15 years or so. I think had Postecoglou stayed around, and not just for 2 seasons, I think he could have taken the club further and further forward. I think if Rodgers had committed to Celtic for 5 years or more, rather than just 2.5, like he did the first time and like he's done the second time, again, I think Celtic would have kept on moving forward and forward. I think we're starting to move forward under Rodgers. We had domestic success. We'd had better success in Europe. And then for me, things have gone backwards since losing to Bayern Munich. Backwards under Rodgers and even further backwards under Rodgers this season, and then moving into our 3 changes of manager since Rodgers left us. That Clashman Numpty, a really good theory of that there have been rumours that Celtic were looking to do that sort of thing. It's worked really, really well for a lot of other different clubs for quite a number of years. Under Arsene Wenger, Arsenal had a really good system of bringing in players who were African origin, particularly players who'd moved from Africa to France, then France to England. Quite a number of teams in Europe recruit very well from the African leagues. I think Red Bull Salzburg were a team who scouted and recruited a lot from African young players. I think there's a very good idea with that. Yes, I think that's a really good argument as well. That we probably should be looking to. I think probably should be looking to try and get more players in from Scotland. I think there are a good number of young, talented players in and around Scottish football. Bowie coming from Hibs, I think that's a good move. It's a shame that Lennon Miller chose to go off to Udinese in Italy rather than coming to Celtic. I think his career probably would have done better at Celtic than it would be at Udinese. Watson at Kilmarnock. There are several different players who I think are very talented young Scottish players. I think we should have been looking to sign these players. Whether it's snobbery, I don't know. Whether it's looking down on the nose of other clubs, I don't know. It's certainly, we don't seem to have been so keen to sign players from other Scottish league sides, Scottish Premiership sides, or Scottish league sides for quite a long time. We did obviously get Luke McCowan in from Dundee. I can't think of terribly many other players that we've brought in to be first team squad players from Scottish teams. Apart from that, yes, so certainly all those players are playing in Scottish football at the moment. I think some of them are not Scottish, but that really doesn't matter because, and to be fair, a couple of those haven't played an awful lot of time in Scotland, but at least we know they've adapted to the conditions, they've adapted to the Scottish way of life. That's always a risk if you're bringing in players from overseas. Some players do settle down nicely into Scottish life and Scottish football. Some of them, particularly in recent times, the Japanese players, the South Korean players, haven't really settled into Scotland quite so well for some of them. Well, if Hatate and Dyson Maida were to leave the club, we do actually have other players who can play in midfield and other players who can play out wide on the left or play through the middle if that's the way we're playing Dyson Maida. I think Paolo Bernardo is a player who might well turn into a very good player if he got consistent games of football. I think Arnie Engels is a player with a lot of talent. Again, he's been kind of in and out the team. I think he's also had a lot of different changes of partner in midfield, obviously switching from Rodgers to O'Neill to Nancy to Rodgers, O'Neill. He's had a lot of different changes of position. I think if we did lose Hatate as he is at the moment, it wouldn't be a big loss. The Hatate we had in the 23-24 season would be a big loss, but the Hatate we've had, the 24-25 season would be a big loss. But the Hatate we've had since this summer onwards, summer of last year onwards, has been very disappointing. So if we lost Hatate now, I don't think it'd be a big loss for Celtic. I think Celtic have got a few different other options in terms of young midfielders that they would bring in. There's the young guy from Hacken who might well cost us £8 million. However, I think if we did sell Hatate, we could use all or most of the Hatate money to bring in the guy from Hacken. So I think Celtic would actually have options if those players were to leave. If those two players were to leave, that's probably going to generate £25 to £30 million of transfer money. Celtic in the past have reinvested quite a lot of their transfer money when they've sold players on. They've often reinvested most of it in the corresponding transfer window. That's pretty much how we funded the 30 plus million that we gave Rodgers 2 summers ago. It was largely due to selling off Tierney, Jota, and then Matt O'Reilly over the preceding seasons. My personal feeling is, yes, we will go on to win the league this season. Now, anybody who's been with the channel for the 2.5 years that we've had the channel, I do tend to be optimistic. One of the people that I communicate a lot with is a chap called St Mary's Parish Bridge. He says at times I'm too optimistic, too positive about the club. I find it I'm much happier being positive about things. As I said a wee bit earlier on, I don't particularly get fussed and upset about things I can't change. So I can't change the board. I can't change the recruitment system. All I can really do is support Celtic as much as I can financially, and going to games, watching games, cheering them on, etc. And there are many things I can't change. So I don't particularly get any feel we should be bitching and moaning about things we can't change personally. Maybe I'm too optimistic, maybe I'm too hopeful, etc. But I do personally think if Celtic get a couple of strikers in who can score goals, or, which is another possibility, Maeda rediscovers his scoring form, Iheanacho comes back into the team, acts as a sort of target man centre forward, gets everybody playing off him, the midfielders and the wide players. Maybe that helps players like Yang and Maeda score more goals. Last season, we got a lot of goals from Kuhn out wide on the right, Maeda out wide on the left. We got quite a lot of goals in the preceding season from Matt O'Reilly scoring from midfield. So it's not always all about your main striker, your main centre forward scoring all the goals for you, although that's obviously very handy. Sometimes having a player up front like Kyogo, Giakoumakis, Ida, etc. can allow midfielders to score lots of goals. It's no coincidence our top scorer this season is Benjamin Nygren. Theoretically, his best position is as an attacking midfielder or a second striker. For some reason, Brendan Rodgers played him almost exclusively as a central midfielder, which is not his best position. He played a few different positions under Nancy. He's played a few different positions under O'Neill. He has a remarkably good habit of scoring goals for Celtic. 12 goals this season for Celtic, 6 assists. He's top of the goal scoring charts. I did think it was interesting that O'Neill played him as the main centre forward for about 10 minutes or so of the game against Falkirk. He actually did a pretty good job of coming back into midfield to hold up the ball and spread the ball out wide. We didn't really create any chances for him to score at the other end when he was playing as a out-and-out striker. And then his position got changed yet again when we brought on Kenny. He dropped back into more midfield again. Yeah, I think there's a strong argument to say Scott Brown was one of our best signings of that period. We broke the Hibs record at that point. Celtic had paid more money than that for players before. I think it was a record deal, however, between 2 different Scottish clubs. And obviously he gave Celtic lots and lots of good years. One or two people have put forward a possibility of Celtic using an experienced manager for 2 or 3 years with Scott Brown as his assistant manager, and then after that, Scott Brown taking over as manager. As we were talking about a wee bit about earlier on, continuity of players I think is really important, and continuity of management and scouting and training and all these kind of things is really, really important. And it's something we've not had for a long, long time. So maybe having an experienced manager for a few years with a younger manager, kind of shadowing him and learning the ropes and stuff, and then using that system and taking the system forward themselves over another 3 or 4 years after that. So I personally think I agree with an awful lot of things you say, Clashman Numpty 8678, when we do have our chats through the comment section and so on. I think you've got a very, very good footballing brain. I think you were one of the first people to suggest Nancy, and I think, as I've said earlier on in the live stream, I think Nancy actually was the right person at the wrong time. I think he would have been far better to have been brought in this summer rather than brought in this winter. I think he could have been a really good manager for Celtic, given time and given a pre-season and given the chance to mould the players and mould the transfer windows and stuff. But that's never happening now. I actually think Celtic have got pretty decent players. There's not the great majority of the squad we've got now is the squad that's been winning things for Celtic for quite a number of years. You think back to the Postecoglou years, we had the McGregors, the Hattati, the Forrest, the Carter Vickers. Johnson came in at the end, so I think we've got lots of good players. I don't think we've added and upgraded the squad and refreshed the squad well enough in the last couple of transfer windows. I think players like Trusty is a decent player. I think Yang's becoming a better and better player. I think Engels is a good player. I think Paulo Bernardo has the capacity, the potential to be a good player. I think for a lot of them, what they require is some stability of team tactics and teammates and stuff as well. And there's been so much chopping and changing in the team and in management and coaching and scouting and recruitment. I think it's difficult for younger players to get their feet settled and stuff. I think what Maloney and Martin O'Neill are proving is they have found a way of getting the players playing for each other and playing for the team and playing for the badge. We didn't play very well last night. We still won the game. A few players played quite a bit better than they had been under Nancy. Kasper Schmeichel was one really good example of a player who played considerably better under O'Neill than he had been under Nancy. Still very disappointed with the way that Cal McGregor's playing in the tough games. Hattati didn't play very well. Engels didn't play that well last night. I think Scales has got some deficiencies. When the game is speeded up, Liam Scales struggles more and more. When things are slower for him, I think Scales is a much better player. I think Scales has got a lot of good defensive characteristics. And probably what he requires is a steady partner, which he's now getting with Austin Trusty. Obviously, the disruption of the change from O'Neill to Nancy back to O'Neill has kind of disrupted the partnership that Scales and Trusty were building up. So hopefully that all goes back together. Yes, Ryu Ken. I think Celtic's got a decent squad. I think the players we've got are decent, as they've proved for quite a number of games under O'Neill in the first spell. They can play really good football. We played really good football against Feyenoord. We were actually really quite efficient in that game. We didn't have that many chances against Feyenoord. We put an awful lot of them away. We were much more clinical in that game. We defended well against Feyenoord in Rotterdam, Yep, I very, very much agree with you there, Clashman Numpty. For anybody who's supported Celtic for the last 50 years, there's been good spells, there's bad spells, there's been spells where we've briefly made a comeback, then it's all gone to pot again. I think a lot of Celtic fans who've been Celtic fans since 2000 onwards, we've been rather spoiled because pretty much every year from 2000 to 2025, we've been winning the double, the treble. We've been winning 9 in a row. We've won 4 or 5 in a row again. We've won 13 out of the last 14 titles in Scotland. We've won doubles and trebles. Before I was born in 1967, I don't think Celtic had ever done the double ever in their history. We did it a couple of times when I was still a baby in the 60s under Jock Stein. We didn't do it again until the time of Martin O'Neill in the 2000s. But we've actually won trebles on a very, very regular basis ever since O'Neill came in 2000. So I think there was maybe this kind of culture and this maybe even slight overconfidence in the Celtic world that all we needed to do was turn up. Now, that's something that's certainly been accused of the board and the executives and stuff. Maybe that's also part of the reason that the players at times haven't played so well. I think certainly in the spell after the Bayern Munich match through to the end of the season and the start of this season, I think amongst a lot of the players there was quite a lot of complacency, I thought. Quite a lot of them just seem to feel that we just turn up and we'll beat St John's and we'll turn up and we'll beat Rangers because they're not any good at the moment. We'll turn up and we'll win the cup final against Aberdeen. And in every single game, you need to turn up and play at your best, or just play as near as your best, and find a way to win. And I do wonder, I think you make a really good point there. I think everything needs to keep on refreshing and refreshing and refreshing. You've got to have a natural turnover of players, I think, which is also something that maybe quite a lot of players and fans have accused Brendan Rodgers of at Celtic and Liverpool and Leicester, and then back at Celtic, was that he, at all those other clubs, wasn't particularly good at keeping him moving the club forward. He had obviously good success at Celtic. He then moved down to Leicester. He had a good season at Leicester. Then things got worse and worse. He had one decent season at Liverpool. Then things started to really fall apart at Liverpool. He got sacked at Leicester in year 4. He got sacked at Liverpool in year 4. And he left Celtic in year 3, both first time and second time. And so I think there is a theory that Brendan Rodgers maybe isn't a man that kept on moving a club forward, that kept on making his team talks and his dressing room talks, etc., interesting. So maybe that's part of the reason that a lot of people accuse Celtic of being quite complacent in the second half of last season, because it had been so easy for them. And the start of the season, it had been so easy for them for so many years just to turn up and win doubles and trebles and leagues without having to particularly always play at your best. Yes, I think O'Neill has adopted quite a lot of the Brian Clough way of managing. Brian Clough wasn't particularly a manager who did an awful lot of work on the training pitches. He left that particularly to his deputy, Peter Taylor. At the end of Alex Ferguson's career at Man United, he was much more a manager who watched training rather than taking training, etc. Yes. I think in retrospect, going back from Ange to Brendan Rodgers, I think it was a good short-term solution. I think in terms of taking Celtic forward and forward and forward, possibly we needed to have a manager like Postecoglou, maybe with a better defensive structure to the team, but still with his attacking all energy, non-stop football. I think moving to Rodgers took the club back a bit. I think some of the good things that Postecoglou brought in terms of scouting, recruitment, behind the scenes things, I think quite a lot of that was lost when Postecoglou moved on. Quite a few people left the club at the same time. A couple of them moved down with him to Spurs. Quite a lot of them actually just moved to other jobs in other teams in other countries. Yes. Player for player, I still think Celtic have got a better squad of players than any other team in Scotland. I think part of the problem is that a lot of the players aren't on a consistent basis playing to that basis. They're not playing consistently at their best. I think the chopping and changing of management and tactics and formation has been quite a bit of a factor. I think possibly complacency in the second half of last season into early this season. I think there was a kind of a feeling in the squad that all they had to do was turn up and they would beat Kairat Almaty home and away. It didn't feel as if Brendan Rodgers had particularly scouted Kairat Almaty's style of football from the way that he spoke in press conferences, the way that he spoke in interviews. He certainly didn't feel as if he particularly knew how Kairat Almaty would play. Kairat Almaty had played much the same in all their Champions League qualifiers. They'd managed to beat better teams in each round to get through to where they got to. They've done okay in the Champions League against some very, very strong teams. They've not been humiliated in any games so far. And I think Hearts, Motherwell are teams which have got less capable players, less quality of players. But I think at Motherwell and at Hearts, their managers have got them playing very well to a system. I think all the players have bought into those systems. And I think at both those clubs, the managers have done a really good job of adapting the players, changing the players, bringing in their own players, then moulding the squad and moulding the team so that everybody's on the same page. I think Hearts have got less good players than Celtic do, but they're playing very well as a team. Any team that can cope with being down to 10 men and win both the games is quite an achievement. They got a player sent off against St Mirren last night. They still managed to come through from, at that point, 0-0 after half an hour to win the game 2-0. They coped with having their goalkeeper sent off in the previous match. So I think Hearts are playing very well as a team, but I think Celtic's got the better players. And theoretically, as the season moves on, Celtic's quality of squad, assuming that we do bring in a few players on permanent deals and loan deals to what we've got at the moment, plus we get back several of the players who are out injured, keep them fit to the end of the season, keep this bunch of players fit to the end of the season. And I think for me personally, a double is very much on the cards, particularly if we can, as we did last night, and as we have done under spells of Rodgers in the past, we can still win games when we're not playing particularly at our best. Yes, I think Hearts have been well managed this season. I think they've brought in a few players from smaller leagues, less well-known players, and I think they've all fitted well into the system. Whether that's anything to do with Tony Bloom's scouting system, I don't know. I think Derek McInnes, obviously, very experienced manager. He's managed in various different clubs all over Scotland. He's been generally a success to a greater or lesser extent at all the clubs he's managed in Scotland. He clearly knows Scottish football. He has set up teams over 15 years or so to beat Celtic, or at least take points off Celtic. He had quite a lot of success at Kilmarnock, taking points off Celtic and beating Celtic. I think he is a talented coach. He has learned a lot as a coach, and I think he's done a good job at Hearts. And he did a good job at Aberdeen. He did a good job at Kilmarnock before that. Well, we maybe haven't spent as much money as we should have done. We did bring in about a dozen players during the summer. We did actually bring in a lot of players. We got in, obviously, Kieran Tierney was for free. We got Benjamin Nygren in for a brilliant price. He was worth way more than what we paid for him. If we were to sell him tomorrow, we would get a massive profit on Benjamin Nygren. You look at someone like Sebastian Chinecki. He started very well for Celtic. There were rumours that other teams were looking to buy him this transfer window. His form took a bit of a dip. He then also had a thigh injury for a couple of weeks as well, which kind of knocked him off his game. Balikwisha has been a disappointing signing. I think in virtually any team ever buys any players in any transfer window, there will be disappointing players. So I think if we care to analyse the Hearts purchases, the Rangers purchases, Aberdeen's bought a lot of players, a lot of whom haven't worked out. I think obviously at Celtic we know the players that haven't worked out because we watch the players week in, week out. We don't actually analyse the Rangers squad, the Hearts squad, to know the players that haven't worked out for them. I'm sure there's been just as many duds at other clubs as there has been at Celtic. And it could be that Balikwisha, once things settle down for him, once he gets a run in the team, if he ever does get a run in the team, maybe he starts to play better and better. After all, Kuhn, when he came in the January window a few years ago, he had a pretty disappointing 3 or 4 months, then really blossomed in the summer and the season after that. So maybe Balikwisha is a player who needs a bit of time to settle down. I think we also have to remember that over the last season or two, he's had quite a lot of problems with injuries. He did miss a bit of time earlier in the 25-26 season when he was still playing for Royal Antwerp. Great to have you on, Paul Maguire. It is unfortunately getting towards my bedtime, but tremendous to have you joining the live stream. I was thinking, folks, of calling it a day towards 1 o'clock. We've been going for 3 hours and 38 minutes according to the clock on the screen. So I had planned to call it a day around about the 1 o'clock in the morning spell, which is in 15 minutes time. But certainly happy to keep on talking for another 15 minutes or so. No, Mrs. David 67's in a very good mood at the moment, so I was allowed to do. I shouldn't put any restrictions on how long this live stream was to be, which she sometimes does. But no, I'm allowed to stay up as late as I like this morning. My plan had been that if people were wanting to keep on talking, that we keep the live stream going till 1 o'clock in the morning. And it's absolutely tremendous that there are still 30 people willing to stay up and listen to me talking. And obviously, some really, really nice comments and chatting in the comment section as well. What one could point to the fact was that I can't remember exactly what season it was, obviously, but the Leicester team under Claudio Ranieri, the discrepancy in the squad value that Ranieri had that won the title under Ranieri compared to the amount of money that Arsenal, Liverpool, Man United, Chelsea, Spurs, etc. had in their squads. If you've got a good bunch of players being well managed, they all buy into the system, they maybe all have their best season of their career, which I think kind of was the case with that Leicester team, because the following season they had quite a big collapse. They did have a wee brief resurrection under Brendan Rodgers, who came in a couple of managers later. But I do think when you have a good manager, a good bunch of players who all play for each other, and they all are playing at the best that they've ever played, as was the case with Leicester, whatever it was, 10, 15 years ago. Whenever it was, they can surprise things. I think the thing has been over the last 40 years of Scottish football, since Aberdeen and Dundee United were quite dominant under Jim McLean and Alex Ferguson. Since that spell, which is about 40 years, Celtic or Rangers have won the title, and in the last 25 years, it's been pretty much Celtic only has won the title, and certainly 13 out of the last 14 years, it's been Celtic has won the title. So, however, Hearts, in the days of my dad, Hearts and Hibs were big clubs in Scotland. They were teams that could win the title, win the cup, etc. So Hearts, in theory, are a relatively big club. They're a relatively rich club. They've got a biggish stadium for Scottish football. They probably should have been more of a powerhouse in Scottish football for the last 20 years or so. They've had massive financial problems, much like Rangers did, but not quite so severe as Rangers. So, in essence, Hearts should really have been the team for the last 20 years that's been up there challenging Celtic and Rangers for the top spot in Scotland. Yes, and I think that's a good point, actually, Ryu Ken. Much like Leicester, as I was talking about, Leicester's next season was a bit of a flop. What happens then often is players move on, players get injured. I think actually Ranieri got sacked the season after he'd won the title for Leicester. So players move on to other clubs. Some players get injured. Some players, their form starts to dip. They go over the hill. So it would be I don't personally think, even if Hearts were to surprise everybody and win the title this year, which I don't think is going to happen, but it could happen in theory, I don't think next season they're going to be. I don't think they're a team that's next season going to get stronger and stronger and stronger. I think next season they're liable to be a team that loses their best young players, some of their older players, Halkett and Shankland and Gordon and so on, all start to get too old for highest level football. Some of the younger ones who are really talented will move on to bigger and better leagues. Yes. So it's a week on Sunday. Celtic have the good luck or bad luck to have a European match the preceding Thursday. My suspicion is that Martin O'Neill will be duty bound to put the strongest possible team out for that Europa League match. I think there's still a hope that we get through to the knockout phase. Probably a win against Utrecht in the last game and a draw against Bologna. That should get Celtic enough points to get through to the knockout stage. I think that does have a bit of a knock-on effect, having a European match before a big match like it is against Hearts. I think that does give Hearts an advantage. According to some other people who've looked into it further, Hearts will have a few problems with suspension, a few problems with injuries. in the game on a week on Sunday. So we'll see how all that turns out. I think certainly if Celtic play to their best, particularly if they put away their chances, I think Celtic will beat Hearts in 9-10 days' time. The problem was in the game against Hearts the first time around, we didn't put away our chances, particularly in the second game against Hearts, the Nancy game. We didn't put our chances away in the first half. We didn't even put the chances away when we got back into the game late on in the second half. You think about Engels missing from practically straight in front of the goalkeeper. Quite how he missed that, I don't know. A couple of misses by Maeda in the first half. 3 shots blocked out in the first half as well. We had 5 really good chances in the first half against Hearts that game. We had 2 or 3 chances second half. So Kelechi Iheanacho is back in training. I don't think he's going to be fit for the game against Auchinleck on Sunday. Have a suspicion that he'll probably be on the bench for the Europa League match, probably in preparation for making him the main striker if he's still staying fit for the game against Hearts. I think Iheanacho might be quite a useful player to play against Hearts in that game. I think if we assume that we have Maeda on one side, Yang on the other side, Engels, McGregor, Negrin pushing forward from midfield to join up with Iheanacho, I think it actually could work out really well if Iheanacho is kind of the linchpin's target man centre forward. From the way that Martin O'Neill was talking in his post-match press conference and stuff last night, it did certainly sound like he was saying that he wasn't expecting anybody in for the Auchinleck match because of the way things are with Europa League squads and stuff. We couldn't bring anybody actually in for the Bologna match other than the ones who were already in the squad or part of our academy team, etc. But he was kind of implying, I thought, for what he said last night, maybe I'm just over-interpreting things, that Celtic were looking to have a couple of players in next week in preparation for the Sunday match against Hearts a week this Sunday. That's certainly been Iheanacho's problem, has been fitness for the last couple of seasons. He was a super player for Man City, super player for Leicester, scored a ton of goals at Leicester. He and Jamie Vardy dovetailed very, very well. He created quite a lot of goals or helped Vardy get quite a lot of goals as a twosome partnership up front with Leicester. His career, he then had a bit of injury problems, fitness problems. He didn't do at all well at Seville. He didn't do at all well at Middlesbrough on loan. I thought when he came into play for Celtic at the end of in Rodgers' the end of Rodgers' spell, I think he wasn't properly fully match fit. I think unfortunately by the time he got himself match fit, he got himself injured. He got himself back to fitness, and then he got himself injured in his first game back, which was the St Mirren match. And he's been out 5-6 weeks, but he was back in training apparently on Thursday. Suspect he'll do training on Thursday, training on Friday, training on Saturday, and then he'll probably watch the game on Sunday, more training next week, and then he'll be on the bench for the Europa League match. And then I think personally he'll be in the team, assuming he's fully fit for the Hearts game the week after that, the Sunday after that. I personally had my doubts when that story was put forward, whether it actually was ever that true. I had a feeling with the way that I think it was a Sun journalist that broke the story. I got the feeling when I heard him being interviewed on camera for the YouTube channel that he was kind of making that story up for clicks for his website and for his newspaper site and stuff. I didn't think there was actually ever any truth to it. Very, very quickly, Birmingham discounted any possibility of Kyogo coming to Celtic. I think it was a story made up by the journalist rather than any real intention for Celtic to get Kyogo back. Again, I'm not a Celtic insider. All I do is read lots of different stories, lots of different websites, and try and make my own interpretation of all the different things. So I don't personally think there was ever any intention of getting Kyogo back. The fact that Birmingham almost straight away discounted any possibility of it made me think that it wasn't a real story. Yes, I think 99.9% of all Celtic fans would agree that not getting anybody in the winter window to replace Kyogo was a mistake, was very unfortunate. To then compound that by not getting anybody in to replace Kyogo and Kuhn in the summer window last summer, again, that's further compounded the errors. Even made more worse by the fact that we let Adam Ida away, again, without having anybody lined up to replace them. Now, in theory, we had bought Callum Osmond, we had got Shin Yamada, we got Iheanacho in on a free transfer after the window had shut. So theoretically, we had replaced some of these players. We theoretically had Chinyeki and Balakwisha to replace Kuhn. Balakwisha's not really worked out. Chineki's been quite patchy. Yes, okay. Clashman Numpty. I know next to nothing about everything. Again, I'm just guessing, speculating, reading the tea leaves, however you want to say it. When I watched the Sun journalist talking about the story on the Sun newspaper website, YouTube channel rather, I thought he's making this up. I don't think he actually truly believes this story. But I don't know. I'm not an insider. I would be surprised if Wilson did come to Celtic. I don't think it's a particularly forward-thinking move. I don't think it's a move that would work out. Not that we won the title under Robbie Keane, but Robbie Keane scored an absolute bunch of goals for us. Craig Bellamy came to us on loan, scored a good number of goals for us that half season as well. I don't think Wilson coming to us would be a particularly good omen. Thing with him also, he hasn't been playing an awful lot of football recently. I completely agree that Celtic have made a lot of mistakes. They've not done a good job of replacing players. Some of the players they've brought in thinking they were going to replace players that had left, they haven't really come through as being as good as we thought they were going to be. I think it was, however, a real shame that Callum Osmond, just when it looked like he could be an answer for Celtic, he showed a lot of pace, good striking ability, good positional ability. Unfortunately, he then scores a great goal against Rangers and then gets himself injured in the next match. I think that's a real crying shame. I think he could have actually been a really good player for Celtic. I think it's also a crying shame that Iheanacho got himself injured just when he was getting himself fit again. And it's a real shame for Celtic that Daizen Maeda has been such a disappointment this season, because he was so pivotal to our success last season with these 33 goals, 20 odd for Kuhn, 20 for Ida. And Kuhn's gone, Ida's gone, and Maeda is an absolute shell of the player we had last season. We certainly have signed players like that in the past, the Dion Dublins, the Carlton Coles, the Freddie Lundbergs, etc. Yes, so to answer your question, Paul Maguire, and for those who were on the live stream a bit earlier on, we've talked about Franko Kovacevic before. So Franko Kovacevic, Croatian player, Croatian national, only played at under 21 levels and below for his country. Plays in Slovenia, 6 foot tall, 26 years old. So really experienced. He's played in a lot of different leagues. He's played in America, Germany, various Eastern European leagues. This season, 28 games, 25 goals, so brilliant. 5 goals in UEFA Conference League, so again, he can score at a higher level. Scores at better than a goal every 90 minutes, so it's a goal every 84 minutes. Good conversion rate, good shots on target rate, and plays up front as basically a striker who hangs around the box and scores goals, doesn't contribute very much to the team otherwise. So he's a bit more of a Lee Griffiths, Gary Hooper style of striker, maybe more of a Giakoumakis style of striker, but he wants to leave Slovenian football. The asking price was thought to be 2.5 million. It's now thought to be 4.5 million. I think Celtic would be more than willing to spend that money on him. There's not an awful lot of clubs other than Celtic looking at buying him at the moment. I think he's willing. I think he'd be willing to come to Scotland, to Celtic, which is there aren't an awful lot of good players who want to come to Celtic or come to Scotland. To be fair, much like yourself, Clashman Numpty, before the last couple of days, I had never particularly heard of Franko Kovacevic. He certainly has a good goal-scoring record wherever he's gone. Tall centre forward, strong centre forward, quite a lot of pace, good in the air, good on the ground, can lead the line, although he doesn't drop back to help out deeper. And he scored those 25 goals in 28 games, mostly in Slovenian football, so it's a wee bit below the level of Scottish football, although not that much below Scottish football, given the fact that the Scottish League in general has gone down and down and down over the last 5 years in overall quality, which is why we're currently the 29th best league in the world, and dropping further and further down. 29th best league in the world puts us only one league above the English First Division, i.e. what in effect is the third division in English football, the third tier in English football. So there are an awful lot of leagues higher up in the league table than the Scottish Premiership and the Scottish football system. So yep, as I said before, if we could get a Gary Hooper who comes in, scores 30 goals a season, Lee Griffiths scored 40 goals in one season for us. I'm not asking for another Henrik Larsson, but a decent out-and-out goal scorer. Lee Griffiths did contribute a bit to the team, as well as scoring goals. He was willing to run in behind, but Lee Griffiths, to a good extent, was a pretty reliable goal scorer. When he was fit physically and mentally, he was a very, very good player for Celtic, scored a lot of goals for Celtic. And if we had a new Lee Griffiths or a new Gary Hooper, theoretically both of those two are still available. They're still both playing professional football, even though they're well into their mid-30s. That style of player, out-and-out goal scorer, a bit more like a Giakoumakis style of footballer, we could really, really prosper with that sort of player. If we're talking, I think you make a really good point. For the sake of Scottish football, what would be best for Scottish football would be for Hibs and Hearts and Rangers and Celtic to get stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger every season, because then our UEFA coefficient gets better and better and better every season. one of the biggest problems Scottish football's had for too many seasons is Celtic haven't achieved very much in the Champions League. Rangers have achieved nothing in the Champions League. They've had a couple of really good Europa League seasons, but the Hibs, the Hearts, the Aberdeens, the Kilmarnocks, the Motherwells, the St Mirrens, all of them have been absolutely awful in terms of winning any qualifying matches or making any progress. Hearts were in the Conference League last year. That was pretty terrible. That ruined our coefficient. Pretty much all the teams, I think actually all the teams from Scotland this year in their qualifying competitions lost. Celtic obviously dropped from the Champions League into Europa League. Rangers dropped out the Champions League qualifications into Europa League. Aberdeen dropped from the Europa League qualification into the Conference League. So in terms of Scottish football, I think Rangers, Celtic, Hearts, Hibs, maybe even Aberdeen, all being successful. I think all those clubs have got a big enough stadium. They theoretically could get the money to back up the team. I think that would take Scotland as a nation and as a league further and further forward. Didn't think we quite had that many players on loan, because obviously Simpson Puzzi has gone off to Cologne, so he's no longer at the club. We've got Arojo, we've got Sirachi, we've got don't think it's 5 anymore. Scales and Trusty and Tierney are all permanent. Schmeichel's permanent. Sinasal's permanent. Tati, McGregor, Maeda, Engels, Yang, Chunetke, Balaquisha, they're all permanent. Kenny's permanent. Osman's permanent. Iheanacho, I think his contract ends at the end of the season. I don't think he was given more than a season, but yes. Yes. I think there are quite a number. Yes, we've got players on loan. We've got players whose contracts are ending the end of the season. Yes, I don't think we've quite that. I don't think we've got five on loan, but we do have players' contracts end of the season. Anyway, so thank you very much, RUKN28. It's been tremendous having you contributing throughout the whole live stream. That's been brilliant. As I did say, my plan had been to finish the live stream around about 1 o'clock. We have been going for 4 hours and 3 minutes, so I think we should call it a day. Yeah, thank you very much. Been great to have you on. Great to have you, Paul Maguire. Great to have Pet Rex. Great to have Strangelove the Doctor. Been great to have a Hearts fan on as well. All for pleasant, polite debate, respectful, sharing our opinions. I'm happy to talk to any football fans from any club, etc. Even as long as people are pleasant and polite to me, I'm very happy to be pleasant and polite to everybody as well. And I have to say, it's been a tremendous. I've really enjoyed myself this evening, and so let's call it a night. Let's plan to do another live stream next week. Thursday next week will be a Europa League night, so might need to slightly change the starting time of the live stream depending on when that game finishes and things like having a break for lunch and stuff after the game. So been nice to have a chat with a Hearts fan. Been very respectful, very polite, sharing some really good points of view. So been nice to have you, and I hope when Celtic do play Hearts in 10 days time that we beat you, and then we can have a nice chat after that as well. So as I say, we'll call it a night. Thank you for everybody who's contributed. Thank you for everybody who's shared their opinions. Thanks for making the live stream so pleasant, etc. And we'll see you all next Thursday. And hopefully things go well on Sunday against Auchinleck. A nice big win. Then a big successful result in Europa, a draw or a win, and then beating Hearts next week. And we're practically top of the table if we beat Hearts next week. So we'll be down to 3 points. Well, I really hope Celtic do get somebody in tomorrow. I suspect it's probably going to be next week sometime rather than tomorrow, but the sooner the better. Then they can fit in at Celtic, then they can get themselves sorted out. A few days with training, a few days with their teammates, and they'll all be set up for the game against Hearts the following Sunday. So the sooner the better we get somebody in, the sooner the better for the rest of the season. And so good night to yourself as well, Paul Maguire. It'd been nice for you to join us for the last hour or so. It's been great to have a chat. So I'll stop prevaricating, stop talking, and we'll say good night. Thank you so much, and hail, hail.